Let's do it. This is where my encoder goes up. Are you sure you want to start the stream? Yes. Okay, now let's see if that worked. It should be. Oh, hold on. This is going to come through with some sound. Okay. We should have, if I did the thing right, let's check it. Let's check it. So I was trying to do something that, It worked. It worked. I can see it. Oh yeah, hell yeah. Okay, cool. Remember in the last stream when I was like, hey, the vertical stream isn't working, and here's something meta. In a moment, I'm going to be staring at myself. Weird. That's weird. Inception, streamception. It's live. Anyway, the vertical stream works on YouTube now, which is cool. So, hello to the internet. Catalina, do you see more biscuits? I have not been on Discord in several days. So I did not. I'm assuming that you posted them either in food chat or in food photos. These are the biscuits you were talking about the other day, correct? Food chat, excellent. Do you put the cheese inside of them or do you put the cheese on top? I made canned biscuits last night and put the cheese on top. I just sprinkled some cheese on the top of them. The screen looks copper. Tucson, that's because I have the, what is it called? Night shift on. So my whole screen is generally yellow. Do we have Tim Hortons? No, we do not, Tucson. Tim Hortons is a New England thing. I mean, maybe it's also a Southern thing, I don't know, but Tim Hortons is not in Philadelphia. We do have about 1 million Dunkin' Donuts, though. The blue light filter, exactly. Yeah, eye protection mode. I just leave that on all the time. New England thing. Yeah, Lemon, I mean, to be fair, Tim Hortons is a Canadian thing, but I experience it as a New England thing, not being in Canada. In the US, Tim Hortons would be a New England thing. However, we recognize that Tim Hortons is a Canadian company. Anyway, here's what we're doing today on stream. Today is going to be a recipe development day. We're going to be making 2 different types of toasts. So I have a recipe for soupy toasts that I've made before. This is the one that has canned tomatoes, white beans, and kale in it on top of a toasted sourdough bread covered with, what kind of cheese does that one have? I forget. It'll come to me in like 30 seconds. I'm just gonna spit it out. Anyway, we're making different toasts today. Same sort of lane, but different. One is going to be a chicken pot pie toast that's going to have chicken, onion, a bag of frozen peas and carrots, or frozen peas and carrots from a bag. That's going to be on some, I think, Italian bread, and with cheddar cheese on top, because cheddar kind of goes with chicken pot pie. I know that chicken pot pie doesn't really have cheese on it, but this particular toast, the way that the toasts kind of work is that the cheese sort of holds the more liquidy portions in, so the cheese is sort of important. Anyway, that's toast number one. Toast number two is going to be a broccoli cheddar toast, which is kind of the same thing. I think I'm putting that on like a French bread. I don't know if I'm going to put it on a baguette or like a larger sort of French bowl style. Like I think they're called like French country loaves or something. I'm leaning towards baguette because that's something that I think is more accessible in a grocery store, like your general grocery store. Italian bread is definitely accessible in a general, like in your standard grocery store. So we're using that for the pot pie. Anyway, the broccoli cheddar is going to have broccoli, using an onion soup, like you know, like what you get the soup dip, like you make like French onion soup dip out of it. So that an onion and soup, one of these onion soup dip. And cheddar cheese, broccoli, onion soup, and cheddar cheese. So that's what we're doing on stream today. Obviously, maybe not obviously, but like definitively, like that's what we're having for dinner tonight too, because we're making a lot of toasts today. We're gonna have that for dinner tonight. We're gonna have that for dinner tomorrow night. We're gonna have that for lunch this weekend. Get ready for toast. Anyway, we have to start by roasting a chicken. It's not how the recipe is going to start. The recipe is going to start with like get a rotisserie chicken from the store, but I don't love the rotisserie chickens. One. Two, I wasn't going to go out this morning and get a fresh rotisserie chicken. Like the intention of these recipes is that you like stop at the grocery store, you get a couple ingredients, you get a rotisserie chicken, you get a loaf of bread, you get a bag of peas and carrots from the freezer section, you get a gravy packet, and you get a thing of cheddar cheese, and you like put that together, and that's dinner. So that's the intention. I prefer roasting my own chicken, so that's what we're going to do today. So we're going to start with roasting a chicken. I'm going to try this. So I am going to roast, thing number one, I'm going to roast a chicken. Let's just drop that in the sink for now. But the folks, they want me to make, I think I'm going to roast the chicken, but I think ultimately I'm going to make it with chicken breasts, which I have, because that's what they asked for. So that's what I want to do. So I think Calvin recently asked me for the pumpkin pasta that I've made before, a recently developed recipe. He was like, hey, I want that pumpkin. He was like, do we have any of that leftover pumpkin pasta? And I was like, no, we finished it like a week ago. And he was like, oh, I really like that. Can you make that again? So that uses chicken as well. So I'm gonna roast that chicken. I don't think I'm gonna use it. What we're gonna do today is I'm gonna roast that, but then after I throw that in the oven, we're gonna talk through the process. We're gonna talk through what I think the process is gonna be for this first recipe, and I believe that we're gonna end up, I'm gonna end up using chicken breasts because that's what they want. And what I want to be able to do is say, like, here's what you do with the chicken breasts, or use a rotisserie chicken. Pluck a rotisserie chicken and like use it. So that's kind of what we're gonna do. Sorry, that was a long intro. Anyway, that's stream today. Recipe development day, toast edition. Vela says we have Tim Hortons in the Great Lakes. Okay, it took them a while to get here. Yeah, okay, so it's like basically the Canada line is just like dripping Tim Hortons into the US. It hasn't gotten south to me yet. We're still fighting the Dunkin' Donuts fight down here. Catalina, you put cheese in the dough for your biscuits and on top. That sounds lovely. I was using tinned biscuits, or the ones in the roll that make you jump, like the jump scare rolls. You know the ones I mean. So I couldn't put cheese inside of it. Tucson, they did start in Canada. 1,000 locations in America. Holy crap. That's kind of wild. I knew them when they first broke into New England, when they bought my favorite local semi-religious weird coffee shop in Rhode Island and took that over. And I was like, what is this Tim Hortons business? Darlene, hello, welcome in. Good day. And hello, good to see you. Welcome. Nellie Olson is queen. Welcome in. I see you lurking. Welcome. Enjoy your lurk. Lemon says of the baguettes that I find it kind of hard to find a baguette at my regular grocery store. There's only the half-baked ones you finish baking at home, live in the sourdough lands. And I think to that point, obviously for this recipe, you know, I'm going to call for a specific loaf of bread, but like you could really use any loaf. I love sourdough. I'm trying to sort of, I'd probably prefer to use sourdough, but I don't want to use sourdough in everything. What style of gravy? Chicken gravy. So I got this, which is like the most generic packet of gravy I could find at the store. All of these recipes I'm trying to keep as simple as possible. I also have this in case for some reason that packet crashes and burns and doesn't work the way I think it will. So we're just using like a regular chicken gravy. Amanda Bynes, please. Hey, welcome in. Amanda, I am. I love that you could pronounce your name in your screen name in different ways. Amanda Bynes, please. Amanda Bynes, please. I guess there's no comma in it either way. Anyway, Darlene, thank you. My Twitch sweater, yes. Has a big Twitch logo on the back of it. You'll see that when I turn around later too. So I started doing Uber Eats a few weeks ago because Instacart is slow. Like 75% of orders are from Tim's. What are people ordering from Tim Hortons? I would probably order like donuts from there. Liz, you like this one? I'm not gonna lie. I knew that you had. You and I have discussed McCormick before, and I thought of you when I was in the store. Not doing mentally or physically, just stating facts if I'm quiet. Understood. Enjoy your lurk, and if that's your vibe today, I hope you have a. I hope lurking and just chilling suits you today, and I hope it serves the need that you have in this moment. Coffee and breakfast sandwiches. Oh yeah, breakfast sandwiches. Yeah, okay. I'm with you on the breakfast sandwiches. I do love a breakfast sandwich. I do love a breakfast sandwich. Okay, we're going to do a chicken. Like I said, I'm going to start this chicken in the oven, but the more I kind of have it in mind, the more I just want to work. I want to work this recipe with chicken breasts because I could always go back and just call for a rotisserie chicken, and that's easy. Lemon says, Tim's has a fun product called a bagel belt. Bacon, egg, lettuce, and tomato. Oh, that actually does sound really good. Because I love a BLT. I love a bacon, egg, and cheese sandwich, but bacon and egg are fine too. I guess you don't really need the cheese. The cheese just kind of glues everything together, if we're being real. That sounds lovely. No mayo. Have I ever seen you make a Benedict or something on stream? I have poached eggs and I've made hollandaise, but I've never made eggs Benedict. So like the answer to your question is like yes, but deconstructed and not on the same stream. I don't think I've ever used English muffins on this stream. I might be wrong about that, but I'm pretty sure I'm not. Lemon, that's like your little the ordering on the app and like walking in and just picking up your thing and leaving is like everyone who sees that happen is like, why didn't I think of that? It's definitely a little like petty. It's like, what's the word I'm thinking of? It's like a petty little glow up to your day, which we can all get behind, I think. Okay. I'm going to spatchcock a chicken. If you're not familiar, this is the part where if you're a little squeamish about like raw chicken and stuff, raw chicken and like butchery, just like I don't know, fair warning that like we're gonna cut the literal spine out of a chicken, and you know that's what's gonna happen. So like just be warned. In case you're sensitive to such things. Okay. I'm getting this chicken out of the bag. There we go.
I'm in danger.
Okay. Hey, drink more, cook less. Did I say hi to you earlier? I don't think I did. I saw your name. Anyway, I maybe did. Maybe I didn't. And if I didn't, I'm sorry. I'm saying hi now. And if you already were like, F this guy, he didn't say hi to me, so I'm leaving. Then, you know, respect. Lemon, enjoy your lurk. Yeah. So. Spatchcocking a chicken is when you take the spine, you take the spine and you cut basically along both sides of the spine and remove it. So we're going to do that. And you're using your kitchen shears. I suppose you could do this with a knife, but I haven't, because the scissors work very well for this purpose. That's why they're called poultry shears. Okay. Now, that is finished. And we're going to take the chicken now, and on the inside of it, there's a little piece of muscle right in the top of, right in the center here. And you see, cut that. And that makes it easier to then take the whole thing and crack it a little bit, and you lay it flat on the tray, just like that. We're going to take the spine and put that in my bag for stock in a few moments. First, we're gonna take this glove off.
Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. I have no freaking idea what I'm doing.
Chatty Daddy, true caretaker. That's really funny. Apex Pulse, welcome in. I recognize your presence. Belly flops. I'm finished with the knives now. We're gonna season the thing. So we're finished the cutting aspect. True caretaker, you had to help your mom deal with the chickens when they passed. Yes, Vela is fair. It's meat. Oh my God, it is meat. It is meat. Am I wearing black today? I am. I'm wearing a little bit of black today. Just a little bit. We're gonna get the salt and pepper and a little bit of olive oil. We're gonna coat this, and then we are going to... Megan, welcome. Glad you're alive. I'm glad you're here. I'm glad you are also alive. Apex Pulse, today we're doing a couple different recipes. Right now I'm about to toss this chicken into the oven. We're roasting it. This chicken is actually, the more I talk about it, this chicken is going to be for a separate recipe. This chicken's going to be for dinner probably tomorrow. But I want to roast it today because I'm like doing stuff in the kitchen, and today's kind of like a kitchen day. But we're working on two different recipes. One is a chicken pot pie toast, and the other one is a broccoli cheddar toast. So here's what we're gonna do. I am going to... Oh, did I empty the oven? Are there any sheet pans in this thing? No. Okay, good. Good. I'm going to... Getting some... Hold on. Here's what I need to do. I need to put a little bit of salt into a container that I can just like get dirty. Because I'm going to take my hands and salt this thing inside of its skin. Under the skin? Yeah, we're gonna go under the skin here. So we're kind of getting in, separating the skin from the thighs and the chicken breasts. And then I'm gonna toss a little bit of salt in there. I don't wanna over salt this. The last time I made roast chicken, I like way over salted it, and the dish that I was making, which was coincidentally the pumpkin pasta, was very salty, too salty, in fact. So I want to ease up a little bit. The reason the pumpkin pasta that I made last time was too salty was because I salted the chicken, I salted the pumpkin, and I salted the pasta water, and it was just like, oh, that was a lot. So we're not gonna do that this time. All right, little heads up for y'all watching on Twitch. We're gonna have a quick ad break here. We're gonna play a game of words on stream, and it's gonna be about 3 minutes long. We usually take an ad break at least about once every hour. And this time is actually a good time to do that because I am between tasks, as it were. During the ad break, I put a game of words on stream on the screen, and then when we come back, we're gonna continue with when we come back. We're going to talk through the process for this recipe. So here we have a spatchcock chicken, flat, ready to go. I'm going to pop that into the oven. I'm going to set a timer for, what's my oven at? 400 degrees. I'm going to set a timer for 30 minutes. and yes, and hit start. All right, here comes a 3-minute ad on Twitch. Here comes a game of words on stream, and we'll be right back. We'll be right back. Okay, BRB. The text should pop up.
Hi.
It
Welcome
did.
to another
Yes.
edition of Commercials I Hate.
Look at that. That was amazing. For the subscribers who are hanging out who can hear me, that text that popped up was automatic. I didn't do that. It just did that on its own because of something I changed in the bot. Okay. And we're wiping the counter down from having chicken. I didn't put the chicken on the counter, you know, but like I did have chicken out, and it's always good to wipe the counter after we had raw meat around it. Okay, so that, and then also going to refill my olive oil container while we're doing this. Because I'm going to use some olive oil today. Okay. I also want to get out I have an old recipe here, not an old one, it's recent enough. Recent enough. I'm gonna find something here. Ash, I'm not trying to like step on you, bud. Okay. Let's see. Am I in chat here? All right, in 15 seconds, that text should go away if I've set this up correctly. Liz, there are 3 E's in here. I know. 3, 2, 1. Text should go away. It did. Wow, that was amazing, y'all. Welcome back, friends who are hanging out on Twitch. Thank you for your patience. I appreciate you. I know that you don't have to stick around when the ads are running on Twitch, but for those of y'all who do, I'm thankful. And if you want to hear, well, we'll say this when the game is over. We have one word left. It starts with an M. It starts with M-I. There it is. There it is. Good work. Good work. Beautiful, y'all. Beautiful. This is a gentle reminder that if you are on Twitch and you don't want to hear, you don't want to like, during the ad break, I do kind of continue to talk. I don't do anything on the stream. Like what did I do during the ad break just now? I wiped the counter off with disinfecting wipes. I refilled my olive oil. I went and grabbed my stack of old recipes so I can find I can reference one of them. And then I played some words on stream. But if you don't want to do that, I recommend that you subscribe on YouTube. There's a link to that in chat. An announcement today, I have a new YouTube video up and ready to watch on the internet. for your viewing pleasure, I would love it if you would go give it a like. That would be amazing. I would really love it if you would just like open it, put the video on, and let it play all the way through. You can just mute it if you want to. That would be cool. Commenting would be amazing. Sharing would be fantastic. That's all. That's about all I have to say about that. Thank you for your attention. Yeah, anyway. $200, thank you for watching. I'm glad you did. When are you going to set up a Discord bot to ping us? I did. There is a Discord bot, but it's the one that it's like the social one. And so it pings for like everything. So like when it pings for everything, really it's pinging for like nothing, right? Which is annoying. I should probably set up one that's specific for YouTube, because we're going to start doing I'm going to start doing some more more on YouTube. So I will create an opt-in role specific to that. I had that thought the other day. The thing that I did do was I turned it off from pinging at everyone for those social posts, because I assumed that was annoying, because it would be annoying to me. Like, yeah, I didn't opt in to getting pinged every time you posted some silly little video on the internet. Soupy bean and green toasts with cheese. There they are. Okay, this is it. Yeah, Liz, I don't have everyone pings on at all anywhere. Like, listen, my phone doesn't even show me text messages. You think I want Discord to ping me for anything at all? No, I do not. Okay, this is the recipe I'm looking for. This is the soupy toast recipe. I just want to make sure that I follow, because this was a good bread toasting process. So I want to like just use the same. It worked before. I'm just going to use the same language again. Actually, I'm going to use the same language that they have on the website. But this will work. When I do eventually write the final version of this, I'm going to go to the website and copy what I had already written just directly, because it's already been edited. Anyway, so we're doing this chicken first, because I think this one's going to be easier. So let's talk through this process. So what I have when I'm doing development for a new recipe, the process is that okay, so in this instance, the process was this. My editor emailed me and said, hey, the soupy toast thing that you did was doing well, and it's kind of a good seasonality for like, you know, warm toasts and things like that. So let's, can you like give me some pitches for things that are soupy toast adjacent? And I was like, absolutely, I can definitely do that. So I spent some time with like just sitting down and thinking of things. I've been, I probably spent like an hour or two just like considering these things. Joe, welcome in. Good to see you. Jamie, thank you for your tier 2 resub. I appreciate you. Jamie, thank you. Jamie, your Cookie Club entries continue to get doubled. I should note that all tier 2 subscribers get double their Cookie Club entries. So if you're a tier 2 subscriber and you literally never watch stream, not a single moment, you're never in chat for the entire month, but if you have that subscription, you have 6 entries. No, wait, 1, 2, no, you have 4 entries. 1 for being a subscriber, 1 for being a recurring subscriber, and then you double those So if you are a recurring tier 2 subscriber and you don't even show up to chat at all ever, 4 entries every month in Cookie Club, just straight out of the gate. Pretty good deal. And we're doing a Cookie Club drawing later this month. Command cookies in chat if you want to know what I'm talking about. When you're like, what is Cookie Club? It's that. Okay, so process for this was they asked for pitches of like toast, soup adjacent toasts. I gave them 12 different ideas, a bunch of different ones. Several of them had mushrooms in them. Not a surprise. Several had cabbage in them. Also not a surprise. And one of them was Gwen's request. They did not accept that one. It was chili toast, which I was like really kind of hoping for. They didn't bite on that one. The ones that they bid on were chicken pot pie and broccoli cheddar. And what I did when I pitched these were to just think of like existing soups and like what elements of those soups are important and what can you like do to like make those into a toast. I gave them, you give them like a couple sentences about the thing, a small list of ingredients, and then a small like 2-sentence blurb on what you think the process will be. So that's what I'm working off of today, is just a list of ingredients without volumes and a really basic methodology. So this first recipe we're working on, ingredients, chicken, just chicken, that's it. Onion, bagged frozen peas and carrots, so not peas and carrots, the peas and carrots bag, right? The ones that, this one, the one that says peas and carrots on it. If you can't find that one, obviously you can use peas and carrots separately. A gravy packet, one of these. Celery salt and cheddar cheese. I am not sure like how all these things are really combining exactly, but the directions that I spelled out were in a Dutch oven, cook chicken, remove and shred. Saute vegetables in the same Dutch oven. Add back in the chicken, sprinkle the gravy packet and TBD amount of water. Top bread, top with cheddar. Broil. Easy. For step 1, toast the bread. So step 1 is toast the bread, and we'll get to that in a second. So we're gonna sort of figure out what kind of, if that's accurate and if that's like really what I want to do here. So that's like step 1 is for me in the development process is like, is this what I want to do? Jamie, drive safe. I hope you have I hope you have the appointment that you want, or not the appointment that you. How do I put this? I hope that you have the best case scenario appointment that you're hoping for. That is how I would like to put that. Excuse me. Oof. Jamie says, I know you've made soup toast before, but I can't remember what it's like. The last one I made was a beans and greens. The last one had, it was on sourdough. It had diced tomatoes, cannellini beans, kale, kosher salt, and Gouda cheese. See, I told you I would remember it. I didn't remember it. It was written down on the paper in front of me. Have the appointment you deserve. Yeah. That's kind of like saying have the day you deserve, which you could spin in any number of ways. Depending on your tone, you could come across however you wanted, but have the appointment that you're hoping for. I hope you have a smooth appointment experience. There you go, Lemon. That's a good way to put that. Have a smooth appointment experience, especially if you're going to the waxer. Chicken pot pie toast. Now I remember it. Yeah, it was cheesy. Just like that joke I just made. Replace the middle word with whatever you need. Yes. Have a smooth. Man, I want to say so many things right now. Experience. We won't. We'll keep it PG. Maybe the waxer joke is PG-13, but that's a top shelf joke the kids can't reach. Chicken pot pie toast. I think I want to cut, so I'm using chicken breasts. So we're going to use a Dutch oven. Basically everything is in, there's two cooking elements to this. The Dutch oven and a sheet pan. The sheet pan is where you toast your toasts. So like they're called toasts, right? But you toast the toast before making the toast. That is, this is why speechwriters do this. You cut the toast, you put olive oil on it, and you put it in the oven so that it gets crispy. While you're doing that, you cook the chicken and vegetables in the Dutch oven. I'm going to do those two things separately today so that I can like focus on the timing of the thing and make sure that it's right. In the recipe that I'm writing, I'm going to call for doing the vegetables on the stove while you're letting the toast in the oven. So just point of order. I think with the chicken, what I'd like to do, it calls for, in my initial directions, I said I wanted to cook the chicken in the Dutch oven and then shred it. I think what I want is to cut the chicken up beforehand. Toast the bread. Yes. Toast the bread and then broil the toast. There you go. That's what I'm trying to say. I think I want to cut the chicken up, because I think what will happen is if I cut the chicken while it's raw, I can cook it in the Dutch oven. It'll cook a little quicker in the Dutch oven. And it will have the added benefit of getting a little bit more like sear on more pieces than just the outside. And it will have the added benefit of getting a little bit more fond, the stuff that sticks to the bottom of the Dutch oven, that sticks to the bottom of the pan, for the gravy. So I think I want to cut the chicken up first. Liz, it's responding to the word pie. Listen, what happened was, at some point in the history of the stream, one of you collectively sexualized the word pie in chat. I don't know who it was. It might have been me. But one of you sexualized the word pie in chat, and that's why the bot responds to it now. It might have been me. It might have been me. It was probably me. It was probably me. It was probably me. You're right. It's fine. I mean, look, you want to blame me for it? I'll take the blame. I will take the blame because I don't know for sure, and and it's my name on the stream. So here we go. A puff pastry. You've been on the puff pastry kick. I do love a puff pastry. Liz, we did make I have a recipe, command recipes, on the site for a chicken pot pie with puff pastry topping that uses a Dutch oven. Alley Cat, welcome in. Good to see you. Yes, frozen puff pastry is so good. I love it. I'm in danger. Often I often pitch recipes. I often pitch recipes with puff pastry because it's just so easy. No, Liz, we're doing a take on that. So it's not the same. Not the same. It is a variation. Basically, the chicken pot pie that I made has a lot, is liquidy. It's like, it's not super liquidy, but it's like more liquidy, and it takes a long time because that recipe calls for onions, like it calls for raw vegetables, onions, carrots, peas, and it calls for simmering those in the Dutch oven for like 45 minutes or so. It's a lot more cooking. This recipe is meant to be quick, so we're using frozen vegetables and a gravy packet as opposed to generating our own sort of like flavor through time. So that's the kind of the difference. I am also just keeping it like more simple. I'm going to use celery salt instead of celery this time also. They did say if I'm calling for celery salt to make sure I provide an amount of salt that is equivalent so that for folks that don't have celery salt that they can use just like kosher salt too. So, Alley Cat, thank you for your resub. That is an 18-month milestone. That is a Cookie Club entry. Thank you. No, that's not a Cookie Club entry. That's guaranteed cookies. 18 months is guaranteed. Subscribing at all is a Cookie Club entry. 18 months means you get cookies. Hey, if you're a subscriber, there's a poll in the Discord subscribers only channel about what cookies we're going to make this month. If you're a subscriber, feel free to go vote in that poll. Hey, Liz, you're on it. Y'all, there's some social media links in chat. That's where else you can find me on the internet. We love it. Liz, thank you. So I think we're going to cut up the chicken first. We're going to cut up, here's what we're going to do. We're going to cut up the onion first. Then we're going to cut up the chicken. Because I want to use the cutting board once. I don't want to wash it. And if I cut the chicken up first, then I have to wash the cutting board. So, step one. Cut onion. I'm going to move the onion above the chicken in the ingredients list. Onion, small dice. And we'll cut up, I'm going to cut up half an onion. Let's see how much that makes. Because I'm not like piling a bunch of stuff on top of the toast. For did I use an onion for the soupy toast? No, I did not. I used a whole can of diced tomatoes, a whole can of cannellini beans, kale, and cheese. Let's see. I'm thinking of how much weight I used in order to just kind of determine like how much onion, how much chicken, how much vegetable. I think this is probably going to be good. I'm going to cut up half an onion, maybe a whole onion. Maybe we'll cut up a whole onion because it kind of gets small and then it gets mixed in with the vegetables and then it'll be with the gravy. We'll cut up a whole onion. It's fine. Do I need an onion for my other recipe? No. My second recipe only calls for a soup packet, so that's good. I think I only have 2 onions. We'll cut up the onion. We'll cut up the chicken. That's the only thing that we'll cut up the onion, the bread, then the onion, then the chicken. That way the cutting board you can use the same cutting board for all 3. like that's the right order for things. So I'm thinking about it in that context too. So let's get, what bread am I calling for this one? Italian bread. Okay, so I have 2 loaves of bread. Did I get the Italian bread out? There it is. Okay, good. Sheesh. I thought for a second that it was still in the freezer, and I was about to be like, well, we're doing the broccoli first. Okay, let's do the Italian bread. Here we are. I have a loaf of just general rustic Italian. This is going to be basically like most grocery stores, most US grocery stores, like big grocery stores, Acme, Giant, Safeway, ShopRite, Wegmans, Ralph's. What grocery store do y'all go to? What's like your regional grocery store? Here, I would say the most regional one is probably ShopRite. Walmart would definitely have it. Kroger, yes. Kroger's like the big one. Isn't Kroger the one that like owns everything else? Smith's, okay. Myers, is that how you say that, fellas? Price Chopper, yes. I love the Price Chopper logo. It's so aggressive. It's like, isn't the Price Chopper logo the one with like the meat cleaver in it? The no frills. Hell yeah. Aldi, we love Aldi. I've been going to Aldi a lot actually. Albertsons, yes. Albertsons is I feel like a lot of these are owned by the same company. I feel like, if I'm not mistaken. We're gonna go ahead and put this on a sheet pan lined with parchment paper. Common first statement in recipes. Albertsons used to be here long ago in the Great Lakes area, but then they pulled out. Aldi is my favorite because of the pricing. Yeah, same. Fellas, I was in Aldi. Do you say Aldi or Aldi or some other way? I go between the two. It depends like if I'm thinking really quickly or if I'm like thinking at all. So many things depend on whether I'm thinking at all. Oh my god. Wrigley's tiny regional store. Ooh. What's the Stop and Shop? That's New England. Aldi. Okay. I feel like there's a third way of saying it that's probably correct. That's like the European way. Whole Foods. Okay. Trader Joe's, also another one. Also another common one. I feel like Trader Joe's is like an interesting mix of things. I know folks that like do all their shopping at Trader Joe's, and I'm not sure how. I'm like, how do you buy anything in bulk? If you want pickup, they charge you $3 for it. They'll only deliver via the Instacart. Yeah. There's an Aldi on our bus line now, so there's an Aldi not on the bus line, but it's like accessible by bus and easy. Okay, let's see. Step 1, sheet pan with parchment. Sheet pan with parch. Step 2, 1 20 to 24 ounce loaf sourdough cut into 1-inch slices. This is a 16 ounce sourdough. This isn't a sourdough. This is an Italian loaf. Let's weigh this. So this is going to take longer to toast than the sourdough because it's a little bit more absorbent. And I know this because I just toasted this the other day for our pizza toast that we made. So this is a 13.5 ounce loaf. So but basically just a big loaf of bread is what you're looking for. Velo says Kroger usually runs deals on their delivery service for $50 for an entire year. We've talked about this before, and that's a great deal. If you're buying a bunch and you don't want to pay Instacart's like monthly fee, the $50 from Kroger sounds fantastic, honestly. Dancing Queen. Okay, what is that timer for? That timer is for the chicken. Please stop. That was 30 minutes. Let's temp the chicken in the oven. Kent's. Kent's. I've never heard of Kent's. I've never heard of Kent's. We have Fresh Grocer around here. That's one. Walmart. Yeah, Walmart always. Walmart's like, I mean, they're just big. They have kind of everything that everyone else has. Not like quality and product mix wise, but like delivery stuff, they're up there. Does anyone use like those like Amazon Fresh or any of that? I've never actually used Amazon to get groceries. And I probably wouldn't, if I'm being honest. All right, I'm at 102 in the breast here, so that's definitely not the right temperature. I'm going to give that another 15 minutes. Okay. All right, now I want about 10 slices out of here. So let's see. Let's just cut this. I want to cut the butts off of here just a little bit. We'll save those in the bread bag in the fridge. And then I'm going to cut this in half, roughly. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The other thing I love about the last time I made a toast recipe is that these really do freeze pretty well. So I am not going to be shy today about making like a bunch of food because am like testing it. I have to I'm making it, so I got to actually make the thing, and I want to make it at the full volume, but I do know that these will freeze. So I feel good because I can make a couple of these. I can make a full batch of basically 2 different recipes and freeze them, and then I'll have a freezer stash of easy dinners for a couple meals, which will be really nice. And oh my gosh, look at how perfect that was. Look at that, 10 pieces right on a tray, lined up. Lovely. Okay. And then I mentioned these ends. I'm going to put those in. I'm going to put those in the freezer bag of bread ends from the last loaf of rustic Italian that we had from last week. Tucson says Kroger owns 16 grocery store companies and Safeway owns 7. Yeah. Talk about consolidation. So if the only deliveries through Instacart or Uber Eats, we have, this is, again, I've mentioned this many times, but one of the biggest values of living in a city is sort of the optionality that you have for a lot of that stuff. So I'm always thankful that living in the city here, that I'm our grocery delivery, I could get delivery from a bunch of places. I generally use Instacart if I'm getting delivery, and almost always when I'm getting delivery, I get it from Wegmans because Wegmans is far away and I don't want to drive there, and I can get bigger stuff. Wegmans has bulk stuff, whereas if I get delivery from a regular grocery store, they don't have the same giant thing of paper towels. So it's a little different. Do we have the specialty Asian grocery stores? We have lots of those, Tucson, yes. In the Chinatown area of the city, as well as along one of the major, along Washington Avenue, which we've been many times. Usually when I start stream and I'm like going in the city somewhere, I start it at Broad and Washington, because it's like a major, easy to get to intersection from like all the bus lines. So it's easy for me to get there. But down on Washington Avenue, there is all sorts of like Southeast Asian stores that are, you know, there's a couple different, there's like 2 different plazas basically that have like a ton of Southeast Asian stores. Mexican stores are also along that area. There's a bunch of different like Mexican and Central American stores along 9th Street. Basically, like south of the Italian Market on 9th Street is a lot of those as well. So it's really nice. Old man Meyer sent his kids to Harvard and they came back and screwed it. Oh no. Great Lakes Regional. Could have been Walmart, but the kids that inherited the company screwed it up. I feel like the name is Walmart. When you look at the name, it's easy to pronounce. Am I even saying it right? Meyer? M-E-I-J-E-R? Okay. Now I want to cut up an onion. So I'm going to cut up and measure our onion. I'm holding off on the bread, on toasting the bread, because I have chicken in the oven. So we're just gonna wait for the chicken to be finished before putting the bread in the oven, because otherwise I'm gonna have to open the oven, and I don't want to have to do that. So this recipe is probably taking me, will today ultimately probably take me like 4 times as long to make as it will if I was just making it and following the recipe itself, because I'm doing like measuring and sort of, yeah, because I'm doing additional steps here. I'm getting out a scrap bowl. Meyer's model used to be your next in line, because they literally would staff 100 people at 100 checkouts. Oh my God. Yeah, that seems untenable. That seems like a lot. At least they still have people there. Most places now that I go to anyway have one lane, if any, with a real person in it, and then all of the other lanes are the self-checkout situation. And I know that y'all have heard me grind my axe on this any number of times, but I will, if I don't know that a store has only self-checkout, I will leave my cart in the self-checkout aisle and literally leave the store if they don't have a person working there. It doesn't matter what store it is. I will literally leave. Mostly now I know that when I walk into a place, I look. Do you have a human being working at your checkout? Great. I will shop there. And if they don't, I will not shop there. Like, and I just really hate the fact that especially in a grocery store where it's things like, you know, knowing sort of the codes and having to like look everything up. I'm like, this is, y'all are just, you're charging me more for this shit. You're putting all the work on me now for checkout. It's harder for me. You're charging me more for it. Like, y'all are the ones saving the money here, not me. Like, I just get angry about it. Like, and not irrationally angry, I don't think. I like when a store offers both. Because some people prefer the self-checkout. They don't want to talk to another human. That's fine too. Totally valid. I don't always want to talk to another person, but especially at a grocery store, if I have like a bunch of produce or something, I don't want to have to do all of that. And I don't know, for me anyway, almost always it always ends up like having to call someone over for something or other. So I'm like, I just want to avoid all of that. I don't know. This is just like the old man shouts at cloud meme from The Simpsons, right? They only have one person at the local Aldi, fellows. That's same for ours. And I will wait in line. I don't care. If I'm in a hurry, I'm probably not in the grocery store anyway. So I am. Yeah, I'm definitely. Yeah, Darlene, I'm very much like in the way of like, I don't want to have to be responsible for all the things. Maybe I forget to check something out. I don't know. Who's to say? And Velos, specifically for like a place like Aldi, like I can see where it makes sense because their whole thing is about saving you money. Like it's quite literally like their whole goal is their whole value proposition is that they're going to save you money. So, you know, I get it in that sense. Like if I got to check myself out at Whole Foods, which like maybe I do, I don't know. I haven't been to a Whole Foods in years. So like, I'm just not going to do it. I'm not going to do it. I'm going to literally leave my basket of stuff sitting on the floor and walk out. Because I'm rude, I guess. Whatever. If that makes me rude, I don't really care. Okay, we're gonna cut up this onion and weigh it as well. Megan says your Aldi doesn't have a self-checkout. The checkout things are just like, it's so like, I don't know. And like you're getting asked for like everywhere you check out yourself, or they expect you to tip, or there's like the option to tip. And I'm like, I don't know, man. I'm just in the vein of like, y'all need to pay these people more. I don't want to tip. Sorry. I want you to pay them a living wage and benefits. Actually, I want the government to pay them benefits. I want you as a company to pay them a living wage. I think if the I'm not going to go down this rabbit hole, but I will say that if the government provided healthcare, employers would have more money that they could pay higher wages. Charge the same, pay higher wages. At Trader Joe's, sometimes they have way too many employees. Or are they just more visible, Tucson? in their Hawaiian shirts. You have a super nice Aldi. The one that I've been able to go to now is nice because it is also brand new. So that I'm assuming it's super nice. I don't really know. I've only been to one Aldi in my whole life. So no, I won't even go to self-checkout at Aldi. I won't. Dad makes the window shut that sound. Yeah. Anyway, happy Tuesday, y'all. Oh, sorry. I mean to say it was a happy Tuesday. Today's Thursday. This is 1 1/4 cup of onions. So anywhere, basically like a cup of onion is what I'm looking for. I don't really, I guess, like if I really wanted to simplify this more, I could use onion powder or something like that. But I like the onion for being able to deglaze the pan. That is like helpful. 1 1/4 cup. That is 6.5 ounces or 180 grams. Bread, 10 slices. I don't need any more instruction than that. Okay. Don't I usually have closed captions on? Don't I have closed captions on right now? It's telling me that the closed captions are on. It's telling me that they're transmitting. It's telling me that they're enabled, Megan, and that they're transmitting. Are you able to refresh and see? Not available. Interesting. Let me, hold on. Let's do file output, text filtering, general. I'm going to turn it off for a second. We're turning it off. So captions are off. Now I'm turning it back on. Okay, I turned it back on and I can see them on my end. I do have closed captions on, like in general. It's important that they're available to me. Bellis, I love that idea of putting the cart back in the corral. That's a good idea. The ableist comment was a joke. Oh no, I took it as a joke, Savory Sailor. I am very aware of the closed captions. I do want them to be on. Master Splits, a cheesesteak pot pie. That could be good. You could add beef to really any of these. Woo, $120 to $800 a month. Sheesh. Better not. Just don't have insurance. What could go wrong? On the phone, the font size is too small. Yeah, no, Tucson, I agree with you. The phone. So I will say with regard to closed captioning, I did update I updated a bunch of stuff on my computer, including Windows and OBS and a bunch of plugins. When I updated OBS, it told me my closed captioning plugin wasn't working anymore and to upgrade it, so I did. So I'm not sure if it's, I'm not sure. Yeah, I'm like, I might need to try a different closed captioning plugin, I think is my takeaway. Because the one I was using, I downloaded the newest version of it, but it may not be firing correctly. Okay, this needs about 5 more minutes. I'm almost there. I'm at like 150. I just typed 150 into I've started typing 150 into my timer. That's not correct. Okay, so 45 total minutes on that. 45 total minutes on the chicken so far. All right. This is, bread is good. Apple yeah. What kind of apple do you want? Do you want one that's completely pink, or do you want one that's a little bit pink? And I don't actually know what. I don't know which one is which.
It doesn't matter to me.
There you go. She is sneaky. Look at her go. She just ran right down. Daisy's trying to get the cat food in the basement. She's never not thinking about cat food. Her whole life is thinking about cat food now. All right, so we have the bread cut, we have the chicken, or not the chicken, we have the onions cut. I'm going to, I'm waiting for the chicken to be finished. When the chicken's finished, I want to put the bread in the oven, and the chicken should be ready pretty soon here. So let's get the bread ready to go. Line a sheet pan with parchment paper. Good. Brush olive oil evenly over both sides of the bread and lay them in a single layer on a sheet pan. Okay, so I am looking for 7 tablespoons of olive oil. 7 tablespoons is just under half of a cup, which is quite a bit of olive oil if we're like being for real about it. I have I thought I had a smaller cup measure. I'm going to get my, I need a chair again. Okay, I'm gonna get my olive oil, my big jug of olive oil out, because if I'm using that much, I want to I don't want to pour it out of my I don't want to pour it out of this thing. I'd rather pour it out of the big jug. But I am going to measure out the weight of 1 tablespoon, and then we're going to multiply that by 7, and then we'll weigh the rest of it. So this should be roughly about 15 grams. Because 1 tablespoon is 15 milliliters. 1 milliliter is basically a gram. Now, at this volume, olive oil and water are not going to be too different. If you were like, give me 5 gallons of olive oil versus like 5 gallons of water, there would be the discrepancy between the weights would be a little higher. But at this volume, it's not. So I just measured that out. There's a little left in the thing, and it's only and I didn't fill it like entirely till it was overflowing, and it's 13 grams. So we're gonna take 13. We're gonna say 15, just because that's the typical amount that a tablespoon weighs. And we're gonna multiply that times 7, which is 105. So we're gonna put 105 grams worth of olive oil into this. We might not actually. We might. Oh, we are. We're gonna just get to 105. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, this is exceedingly full. Fudge darling, welcome. Happy Friday, Junior. Before we start brushing this all over the toast, we're gonna wait for a moment here because my timer is 30 seconds left on my chicken. So we're gonna get the chicken out of the oven first. Now, gentle reminder, we're not using this chicken for our recipe today. This chicken is gonna be for a recipe or dinner tomorrow, possibly Saturday, maybe Sunday. I don't know. I'm cooking it for the future. I was thinking about using it for this recipe. What I want to do for this recipe that I'm working on today is basically just say, hey, look, you can use chicken breasts and here's how you cook those, or you can use a rotisserie chicken, and here's the volume of that. So this isn't a rotisserie chicken, this is a roasted chicken, so slightly different than rotisserie. It has probably a little bit more liquid on it, and is also probably a little bit juicier than your standard rotisserie chicken would be, like from the grocery store, because I only cooked it to the point where it was finished and not further. So what I'm gonna do now is just take the juice off of this tray. What I'm gonna do now is, hold on. What I'm gonna do now is not use that thing because it just fell on the floor. We'll use a regular fork. Ace, welcome in. Has winter weather arrived? Winter weather has sort of arrived. It was cold. It's been cold today. It's been cold and windy here, and the wind is really the factor the past couple days for me. I see your elf joke and I appreciate it. I was outside earlier and then I came in and it was kind of cold in the house, so I never really got any farther undone than I was. Although now I'm getting kind of warm, so I may switch it up in a little bit. I may take the scarf and the knit cap off and switch it in with a hat, which I have somewhere in this kitchen. There's another hat. Get snow on Sunday. Ooh, nice. I'm going hiking next week somewhere that is cold, much colder than here and farther north, and I'm kind of hoping it doesn't snow, because if it snows, it's going to be a really difficult hike. It's going to be a really difficult hike no matter what. So in the future, can I eat your chicken now? Not a euphemism. You can. It's ready now, but it is hot. Not a euphemism. It's physically warm. Not. I guess it's, I don't know. You know what? I don't want to yuck your yum. Question for y'all. What do you think, what kitchen implement that you have access to would you reach for if you needed a weapon in your kitchen that was not a knife? I was having this conversation with Gwen and Calvin the other day. Calvin, the reason I thought of this is Calvin was like, what about this? What about this thing? And I was like, that's pretty good, but I have an answer for you. I know exactly which one I would reach for. But I'm curious what y'all would reach for. Cast iron pan. Ooh, Velos. Okay. That is a good one. That is a really good one. I wasn't necessarily thinking about pots and pans, but yeah, the cast iron is right there and would be easy. What am I looking for in this drawer? Why am I in here? Ah, here we go. We're looking for a brush. That's what we're looking for. Trinidad says the pepper corer. Ooh, wait. You mean like for coring pepper, like the stabby thing? Or is that another word for one of these? Because some people have pepper mills that are the size of baseball bats in their house. Gift subs in my night, I'll stop at the scarf and the hat. No, I might take the sweatshirt off too. I'm warm right now. I see where you were going with that. There's a place on the internet for that, and it's not this channel. The meat mallet sofa. Okay, that's a good one. A non-knife. Again, we're talking about non-knives. The torch and the bug spray. Jesus, fudge, darling. It's like you've thought about this before. That is a... Oh, no. That is a good one. The torch and the bug spray. My God, the more I think about that, the more terrifying it is that's like, that you immediately had that off the top of your head. We are not messing with fudge, darling. That's for damn sure. A mandolin. I mean, you just have to show it to them and they're like, no. A long serving knife. Right. The cast iron pan is on the stove. The cast iron lives on the stove. That's true. A stabby serrated pepper core. Okay. That's a good one. That is a good one. Is a meat cleaver technically a knife? It's a bladed instrument. So I would say yes. Alley Cat, enjoy your lunch. I hope it's a good one. I played with fire as a kid, and it shows. And it shows. The glass plate from the microwave. Ooh, Tucson. I like that. Is that a throwing implement or is that a striking implement? Yeah, brandishing the mandolin. Exactly. It's like, oh wait. I think people would see that and be like, oh my God, I cut myself in one of those as a kid. That doesn't count as a knife either. I wouldn't say that that counts as a knife. It does count as a cutting instrument, but a mandolin is like a mandolin is like what a knife has, a knife like dreams about when it has a nightmare. Damn, this bread is super absorbent. I might need more olive oil than this. Jeez. If someone broke in, I could drop the bike on them. Oh, God, that's like Home Alone vibes. You've got like big Kevin McAllister energy. Ace. I can appreciate that though. Yeah, I quite literally am going to need like twice as much olive oil. A mandolin is an imprisoned knife. Or to the point, a mandolin is a knife that has like been to prison and seen some shit. Sweet potato bisque with shredded chicken. That sounds lovely. I'm going to need a lot more olive oil than this. This is not at all enough. For reference, 7 tablespoons of olive oil was what I used on a sourdough loaf to cover both sides of the bread. I just dumped 7 tablespoons on this Italian loaf, and it's not enough to cover one side of the bread. So we're going to double that. It seems like a lot, but my instrument would be this thing. This big soup ladle. Because this, if you were to strike someone with it, it has a very, it's like a lot, it's heavy, it has a lot of weight to it, but all of the force is concentrated in a single point. So like if you hit someone with that, all of your force is in one little teeny tiny dot, as opposed to being spread out. Calvin was like, oh, I would use the, Calvin said he would use this mallet, like the meat mallet, and I was like, it's not heavy enough for me. It's got like nice corners. You could use the you could take them by surprise. Just saying. We're not going to go there. We are going to double the amount of olive oil that I just used, though. Sus, right? You saw Macaulay Culkin in a commercial. Interesting. He was sporting a beard. He has a very boyish face. He does have a boyish face, doesn't he? We're going to double the olive oil that I just used. Like, that was not enough olive oil. That did not look like a kitchen tool. I mean, if it did, I mean, like, let's, for the sake, I couldn't come up with the name of what it is, but it's meant for this. It's meant to like use in the bottom of a sieve. It is a food safe product.
Oh no!
It's not left over from anything, no. No, that is a purely kitchen instrument. Okay, we're putting more olive oil on this side. So the point of this is toasting. And the toasting does 2 things. One, it makes the bread super delicious because like it's oil coated crusty bread. But 2, it's still called a pestle, just not with a mortar. Okay. So it's a pestle light. Or no, a pestle. Yeah, just a pestle. Yeah, it goes in the bottom of the sieve. Exactly. I see. You see? Yeah, this is going to be the right amount here. Perfect. Okay, so we literally used twice as much olive oil. That's fine. Yeah, it gets into the tight spaces in the bottom of the sieve. Tucson says it looks like a bedroom toy. What do you mean? Yes, it does. That's the joke. Anyway, we're gonna have an ad coming up here in just a second or two, in 20 seconds. Damn it! I think I got olive oil in here. Fuck. We're gonna get a little stain remover here. We're gonna have a quick ad break on Twitch. If you are on Twitch and you don't want to hear ads, come on over and follow and subscribe on YouTube. We're gonna run a 3-minute ad break. I'm gonna put these in the oven. Actually, no, I'm gonna wait to put these in the oven. And then, no, I'm gonna put these in the oven, then we'll be right back. Here comes the 3-minute ad break. BRB.
Hi, welcome to another edition of Commercials
Okay,
I Hate.
I do need to set a timer though. Cook for 10 minutes, yes. 10 minutes, there we go. Okay, where's my stain remover pen? Because this shirt is too new to have a stain like that on it. That's not a stain remover pen. That's not a stain remover pen. This is a stain remover pen. No, that's not. Fuck, where's my... Oh, it's in my purse. Got it. Okay, there it is. Okay. The stain remover pens work on oil? Or do they only work on like stainy stuff? I guess oil would be a stain, right? I hope it works. I don't want little grease spots on the front of my brand new sweatshirt. It's not that brand. I mean, it's brand new insofar as I've worn it twice ever. So that's new enough. Ugh, this shit stinks. Okay. Okay, well, here's hoping. It's probably not gonna work. It's probably staying forever. Oh well, everything I own is stained forever. Okay, oh, this one was a heavy one, huh? Not heavy, large. There was a lot of words in this one. Okay, let me get my sink also sort of in line here, because it's starting, things are starting ever so slowly to pile up in the sink. And I don't love that. So let's get my sink cleared out here while we're waiting for this last minute of ads to complete. Okay. That's good. All right, sink is empty. Things are in the...
It's over!
It's over! Things are in the dishwasher now. Y'all, if you are on Twitch, thank you for your patience during the ad break. I don't like running them, you don't like watching them, and now they're gone for another hour. We run the ads because it reduces, or it eliminates the pre-roll ads that happen on the stream, so you can click through during the stream if you're not a subscriber and get right into the action, so to speak. And also, functionally, it gives me time to sort of step away from being in front of the camera and do things like clear out the sink, which, while I could do that on stream, are not always, you know, the most interesting thing to watch. So, it's helpful for that purpose, in addition to the fact that the ads do earn a little bit of money for me, so we run them. And that's how it goes. So here we are. Good work on the words. Good work on the words. Come on back over here. I should also note that during the ad break, we are still live on YouTube. Here's a link to that in chat. If you are so inclined, I would love you to go subscribe on YouTube as well. I also posted a new YouTube video today. It was about pizza shaping, shaping pizza dough. And I'd love it if you would go like, comment, subscribe, share, and just like actually watch the thing. Like open it in your browser, let it play all the way through, hit the like button. Do you like it or not? Up to you. You don't even really need to listen to it, honestly, but like watching it, just giving it like a click and an eyes on it is helpful for the algorithm. You need degreaser, like Dawn dish soap. Probably so, Cyborg. I'm gonna wait until these little spots dry and we'll see how it works. Look at this. This is not only is this a Twitch shirt, but it's also a shirt highlighting either the state of Hawaii or the Alaskan archipelago, depending on your perspective. Anyway, don't threaten me with a good time. Oh wait, that's the wrong instrument. Anyway, Ace, I'm doing well, thank you. It's been you know, it's been a year. It's been a year. Still here, living in Philadelphia, East Coast, United States, and you know, life is continuing to move forward. I hope you're well. I do hope you're well. Okay, bread, sheet pan, parchment. Let me see. That was 7. Say 13 tablespoons of oil. I think it was like a little too much. I didn't end up putting all of it in. Brush, cook, flip. I don't know how long those are actually going to cook for, so I have a timer set for 10 minutes, and we're going to figure it out after that. So I don't need, actually no, I'll keep that one around. Okay, now we have our onion cut up, our bread cut up. I want to roughly or gently, I guess, I don't know, ask nicely, measure out the same, not the same amount of onion. I was going to say the same amount of onion, but I think I want double the volume of onion, or double the volume of peas and carrots that I want of onion. So I want the same volume of peas and the same volume of carrots, but if I'm using a bag of peas and carrots, I just want to double the volume of the onion. So the onion was 1.25 cups, so I want 2.5 cups worth of peas and carrots. Right? Onion was 1.25 cups, onion was 1.25 cups. Okay, onion was 1.25 cups, 6.5 ounces, so I want 6, 12, 13 ounces of peas and carrots. How big is this bag? Oh yeah, 12 ounces. So let me rephrase that. We want 12 ounces of peas and carrots because this is a standard size peas and carrots bag. And for any recipe where I can use an entire thing, 1 onion, 1 bag of peas and carrots, absolutely going to do it. I said I wanted about 13 ounces. It doesn't matter. We're going to measure, we're going to use just a single bag. That's perfect, actually. I'm still going to measure how much that is cup-wise because I want to be able to tell people if you can't find a bag of combined peas and carrots, that you can use, you know, half of it in frozen peas, half of it in frozen carrots, or whatever. To put whatever the hell you want in it, just make sure it equals roughly about 12 ounces. Like, it's a ratio, it's not a prescription. So we're gonna measure this. I'm gonna measure this in the cup here, and then we're gonna put this back in the freezer. There's probably some like quick open tab on here or something like that, I'm guessing. America. Yeah, America. It's 340 grams, Ace. That's 340 grams on the bag. God damn, that is, hold on. Holy crap, that is literally, that is 341 grams. Nope, never mind, I dropped back to 340. That is 340 on the scale exactly. That is, I'm not gonna lie, that's kind of incredible. The miracle of science. That is 2.5 cups? Question mark? Is that a half cup? I don't know. It's not 2 cups. It goes up beyond the 2 cup mark. So let's. Yeah, that was 2.5 cups. So that's just about double what I did. That's about double with the onion. I'm putting that back in the freezer. I just wanted to measure it. 2.5, wait, 2.5 cups. So that was 340 grams, 12 ounces. Okay, perfect. Ace, you need to go back to rationing how much news madness you absorb. Yeah. I was talking to someone outside of my polling location on Tuesday. Sub comment. I went into the polling location and also voted. I was talking to someone actually about streaming, and I was talking about, and I'm not gonna like jump into politics here, because I will share with you sort of some of the conversation that I had though. I was saying like a big reason that I don't like kind of center politics on stream is because I am otherwise extremely involved. Aware. I'm a phone caller. I'm an emailer. Often. A frequent emailer, a frequent phone caller. When I end up talking about politics on stream, I tend to get agitated, and it tends to like rile me up. And I know that I feel like a lot of folks have that same distinction. Pretty much whatever your politics are these days, when you like get into them and start sort of like, you know, going in that direction, it tends to be activating, like really activating within my body. And I spend a lot of time there otherwise. And so when I don't bring that to stream, sometimes I feel disingenuous, because there's a lot of talk in the creator space about using your voice, you know, be activating and like making sure your community is aware, like never shut up about it. Like it's super important. And I do agree with that in a way. And I also want to be able to do what I'm doing here in the kitchen. So I can either stream and not constantly, you know, kind of dwell, or I can not stream. I can't maintain a stream in an agitated state. I won't do it. So that's why I don't. That said, I am a very engaged person in my off-stream life, and I think if you spent any like meaningful amount of time watching the stream, or hearing some of the time, the ways that I talk about things, I think you probably have a strong idea of where my politics lie. But I don't love activating myself in that way because I personally find it very hard to come down. So what I was talking to this person at the polling location about is I would love, because she was telling me about like ways that they're trying to support creators to bring those types of things into their own spaces. And I was saying, look, I would love to have like some more specific talking points, like ways of talking about things that I don't have to generate myself, so that I can sort of like stick to something that is productive as opposed to just me popping off. Anyway, this particular person was with the Working Families Party, and we had probably a 30-minute conversation, and it was wonderful. So, if you're always aggravated, that's what they want, and you need time for you when I'm not on edge. Yeah, exactly. Listen, I call my senators when I get up in the morning. Basically every day. What is the Working Families Party? It is it's basically exactly what it sounds like. Their focus centers on workers' rights and the ability to live a quality life as a general, like, working person in this country. So there's that. There's that. Ace, also correct. Also correct. Okay. Bread is in the oven. I put that back in. I wanted to put that back in for about 5 minutes. I definitely put it in like a minute and a half ago. So let's do like 3:30. The thing with the Italian bread is it toasts nicely kind of on both sides. Without the sourdough tends to like steam from the bottom, so then when you flip it, it's like really soft. The Italian tends to because it's a little airier, tends to almost like fry from the bottom. So that is a difference. I am going to use a different cutting board to cut up this chicken. I know I said that the purpose of doing the order of things that I did, bread, onion, chicken, was so that I could use the same cutting board, but I also want to use that cutting board for my broccoli and photos later. So I don't want to get it dirty with chicken. I want to do a separate cutting board for this. Okay, we've measured our bread, we've measured our onion, we've measured our bagged frozen peas and carrots. Let's cut up some chicken now. We're ready for the chicken. I'm waiting for this to dry, and if I still see a little spot on here, we're gonna put some dish soap on here and let that dry too. This is why you wear an apron in the kitchen. Surprise, surprise. Chicken is, where's the chicken? Chicken's in the fridge. Where the chicken should be. We have chicken breasts here. I'm going to get 2 out of here. I have 4. I'm going to cut up 2 of those and see what the volume of those is. I want to weigh them. I want to weigh them and measure them. I'm going to take this. I'm going to take these peas and carrots. Actually, no, I'm going to keep the peas and carrots in here, and I'm just going to use the larger of the measuring cups to measure the chicken. Because I want to say, here's 2 chicken breasts should equal X weight, which when they're cut up equals this amount of volume. So let's get that on the scale, and let me wash my hands real quick. Yes, Ace. Yeah, I'm in Pennsylvania, so yeah, we did. It was Calvin was like, did the things that you wanted to happen? And I was like, yes. And Ace, I know you are overseas, so y'all have some different y'all are getting much different news than we are. Okay, let's see. Oven is on. Hold on. Timer. Oh, timer's about to go. 3, 2, 1, timer. Okay, so bread should be ready to come out of the oven now. Now, in a world where I was making this recipe completely, I would have prepped all my ingredients. Oh yeah, that is crispy. Can we hear that? Yeah, all of that bread is nice and toasted. That is beautiful. So we're gonna set that to the side because it doesn't need to be, I could put toppings on it right now. And that would probably be better if I did that. The recipe doesn't need that though. I'm fine just having it be kind of as it is. Ace's genuine question: if you know the weight, why is the cup volume also useful? Because not everybody has a scale. Like, it's that simple. It really is that simple. A lot of folks either don't like a lot. I think I would venture to say that most folks that would find the recipes that I write online are not using a scale, or don't have one, or wouldn't use one in a non-baking recipe, or they, generally speaking, they're not like scale people. So that is why. What I would typically want to do is have a variety of different ways to measure something, so that not because it's going to get included in the final recipe necessarily, but for the person testing the recipe. So after I submit it, right, it goes to another person who tests it and photographs it. And I want to make sure that if that person has any questions, that they have the right weight of the thing, because it's just another sort of data point that they can use to validate their validate what they're seeing. Chase asked, have you considered using chicken thighs? I did consider it. When I submitted the recipe pitch, I called for chicken thighs. They asked me to use chicken breasts. I hate, and hate is the word that I would use. I hate boneless, skinless chicken breasts. They're bland, they're boring, they don't cook evenly, and they dry out. For all of these reasons, I will never willingly use a boneless, skinless chicken breast in a recipe that I am making for myself. Full stop. Just ever. I won't do it. Chicken thighs or nothing. That said, a lot of people don't like chicken thighs for their recipe because it is like dark meat, and there's still something of like a little stigma around dark meat. So that, plus the fact that chicken breasts are both more accessible and in many cases cheaper, the preference is to use chicken breasts for recipes for this particular site, because availability and price are big factors. So the short answer is yes, I've considered using them, and I would personally prefer them, but this recipe is going to be using chicken breasts instead, and that's how it goes. Lizzie, welcome in. Good afternoon to you. Lemon says Americans are stuck in the cups. Yes, a lot of U.S. products, Canada too, come in quantities that work better with cups and pounds and ounces. This is true. This is very true. We're very geared towards that system still. And so I mostly offer sort of all of the options in the draft recipe. The final version is usually not that. The final version is usually like a lot. The final version is usually something like the final version of this will be something like 2 chicken breasts, about X ounces. That's it. Like that's what it'll say. I'm including cups and grams because for specificity and just being thorough. That's it. And I'm also going to measure the size of the cubes that I'm cutting up here so that I can say, like, cut into half-inch cubes. What I really want to say is, like, cut into cubes of 2 to 3 centimeters. But they wouldn't like that. Yeah, Lemon, the 500 gram thing is wild to me. I remember I was making a lentil recipe back in August, back in August. And I got these lentils that were from France, and the conversion on the box, it was converted to be like American numbers or American measurements that an American would understand. And it was like it was some number that was so specific, and when I measured it on the scale and then converted it to grams, it was 500. Yeah, exactly. No one's gonna buy it if you call for grams. They're gonna look at the recipe and be like, that's too confusing, which is like super frustrating because it's not. It's just that our system is stupid. We are talking about numbers, by the way, the cooking numbers here. There's a lot of other things that are that don't work very well, but we're sticking to the cooking script here. Oh, always had pints of milk. That's funny. Yeah, and I think that we're just not cultured here to understand certain measurements. Pints and quarts are like familiar only in the context of like drinking, like alcohol. Liters, you know, are big bottles of Coke. We certainly understand those. It's recipes that are like 1 box of pasta. What size box? Right. I think most pasta in the US is 16 ounces. Unless you buy fancy pasta, in which case it's like 12 ounces. And you have to watch for it. Because it's like after a certain price point, they just give you less. Cups and tablespoons. Yeah. Again, Lemon, that's like partly that's why I just include the weight of the thing at all. I'm like, how much chicken? This many grams. Like, grams is super specific. You can't really mess up grams. It's not it's a real specific number. It sort of transcends volume. It's why I like weight. I prefer weight in any application, any cooking application at all. if they're like, if I got a recipe that was like 500 grams of chicken, I would probably buy like 2 chicken breasts. I'd probably buy 3 actually. And then if it was like more, I would just save 1. Or I would ask them to weigh it at the counter. All right, so this is our chicken. This is 671 grams worth of chicken for what it's worth. It's about 3 cups or so. And these are roughly, I'm just gonna spread this out. Spread this out, we're gonna find the centimeters on this ruler. We're not going to find the centimeters. We're going to use the inches because we're in America, damn it. I'm going to find the inches on this ruler. I'm literally just going to take a picture of this for reference. I have my architecture ruler. These are about quarter inch chunks, roughly. I'm going to put the ruler in the dish pan now. It's usually where the architects put it when they're finished with it too, in the dish pan. Okay, that's good. Now this cutting board is done. That can just go right in the sink. And we got roughly 3 cups of chicken. How many grams did I just say? 671. 671 chicken. Weight 671 grams, volume 3 cups. How many ounces? 23.6 ounces. So I would basically just call for 2. You could call for 2 pounds of chicken. That would be 24 ounces. What I would probably say is 2 chicken breasts, about 1 pound each. That's how I would phrase that. If I'm right, when I'm writing this. 2 breasts, 1 pound each. Okay. Now. Let's move that to the side. Move this to the back counter. I'm going to wipe this counter again because we had some chicken on it. Let's see, that is the ideal scenario when you have recipes that you love and you're making them and you're like, you have them written down somewhere. I have that in a lot of my cookbook, like that same scenario in a lot of my cookbooks where it has the weight equivalency like just written in next to it. So for that reason, especially baking cookbooks that don't have weight in them. One, I don't trust them. I don't trust them straight up. I don't trust a baking cookbook that doesn't include weight because like, what are we even doing here? But for sure with baking where it's like, you know, combine the salt, flour, baking powder, you know, cocoa powder, combine all the dry ingredients in a bowl. Like, seriously, like you need weight for that. Like, because otherwise you're just using all these measuring implements and it feels awful. 671 grams is like 1.5 pounds almost. Yeah. 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 It is. £1 pound, 7 ounces. Sorry, 16 ounces to a pound. My math was off. I was thinking 12 ounces to a pound. Where's my pen? Okay. Okay, so we have everything ready here. We have our bread is ready and toasted. Our chicken is ready to cook. Our chicken Our onion, our peas and carrots are ready. My gravy packet is here. I want to look at the gravy packet because here's my intention. We're going to cook the chicken. Then we're going to toss the onion in. Basically, like, deglaze the pan with the onion. Then we're going to put the vegetables in. When they're heated through, I'm going to add a gravy packet to this. This calls for 1 package of gravy and 1 cup of water. Again with the cups. Yeah, Lizzie, why would you bake without if you look at a baking recipe on some blog and it doesn't have any weights on it, it's super sus. The Tasahara cookbook, Cyborg says everything is measured in pinches, palmfuls, 2 handfuls, etc. So, you know, but that I could kind of get with. That's a number that I kind of understand. I mean, like a pinch of salt. A pinch of salt to me just means like salt to taste. Like, I don't know. With the water. Oh my God. Seriously though. A cup of water, 237 grams. So how much does this make? It makes 1 cup of gravy. I think that's about what we want. So what we're gonna do, your and my palmfuls are gonna be different. This is true. This is true, which is why weight would be, obviously. 1 cup of gravy is 1 serving, right? In this case, it's 10 servings. I think I'm gonna dump this whole packet in here. The other thing is, this is super salty. I don't think I'm gonna add any salt. I'm gonna add a pinch. I'm gonna add like a half a teaspoon of salt to the chicken. But this, 4 servings per container. Per serving, it has 320 milligrams of salt. That's a lot. That's super salty. So we're gonna wait to add salt to the end here. Before, when everything's mixed into the Dutch oven, that's when I'll add the salt. Because otherwise, this could be disastrously salty. So, because I'm using a gravy packet, I don't want to do that first. Ace says, if you're submitting this recipe to a website, you have to write the mindless story before you get to the recipe yourself. Yeah, I do. I do, in fact. It's not a huge lift. The requirements for this site are usually 500 words total, which includes the recipe. So what they ask for is 1 to 2 paragraphs of like, what it is, why you like it, why should people make this? Why do you like it? Where did the idea come from? A couple bullet points about like things that you could do differently. So in this instance, like some of the bullet points are going to be, hey, if you get a rotisserie chicken, just use like, you know, shred a rotisserie chicken. Rotisserie chicken, by the way, is usually 4 cups. Almost exclusively. So you could just use a whole rotisserie chicken in this. I would say like you can use a rotisserie chicken, and if you use a rotisserie chicken, just start with the onion step and then add the chicken in once the onion has been cooked. You could also, the other bullet points are going to be like, if you're using celery salt, then add, you know, and if you don't have celery salt, add this much kosher salt instead. Stuff like that. But it's not a blog, right? So I'm not looking for like deep SEO, search engine optimization. I'm not looking for like 1 million keywords to be in the post. I'm looking for a recipe that works that works, period. Like, it has to have the right volume, it has to have the right timing. This is for a site where they test the thing. It's not a personal blog. Usually 2 separate people test each of these recipes that I'm writing. So I know that when they put it on the website, it's not just me writing it. Someone has tested it and said, yes, this worked, and yes, it's good. Or whatever. It is what it says it is. One of the recipes had a that got published, the Rosa Marina salad, which is the one with the orzo and the maraschino cherries, the orzo, the maraschino cherries, the oranges, like the canned oranges, and whipped cream. Someone commented and was like, this is garbage. Like, this doesn't work. This didn't work. This person doesn't know what they're doing, blah, blah, blah. And I felt like, I was like, oh shit, like, they're never going to let me work for them again, blah, blah, blah. You know, so I like reached out to the editor and was like, hey, do you mind if I comment on this thing and like say something? And they were like, no, don't comment on the thing. It'll come off as defensive. They were like, listen, we tested it. We tested it again. It worked. This person's wrong. And I was like, okay, thank you for the backup. I appreciate you. So that was kind of nice. I did appreciate sort of hearing that. What's the average number of times the recipe gets made, including me and other editors? So I generally will test it twice. They test it twice. So when I say test, like, I'll make it today. I will test it. I have a basic recipe. I'm going to make it and take a bunch of notes. I'm going to write it up in like a full format. Then I'm going to test it again. If it works well for me and I have minor changes, I'm going to make those changes and submit it. Once I submit it, it gets tested twice. I think by 2 separate people. One person might test it 2 times, but it gets tested twice again. So at a minimum, it's being made 4 times. There are some recipes, like the tomato soup one, where I personally tested that one 4 times. Because it wasn't right. Like, I couldn't get it right. I didn't mind testing that one 4 times because you can freeze it too, which was like, that was why I was like, all right, I'll just keep testing this. But the person, when I got, my editor made it and was like, that was really good. So I was happy with that. My editor has given me great feedback. I have several editors and they've all just given me good feedback. So I made enough tomato soup for an army. I did. Well, the last time I made it, I followed my own recipe and I made enough tomato soup to serve 16 people. And one of the people on that trip was like, that was really good. Can you send me the recipe? And I was like, yes. And so I like sent them a PDF of the recipe. People comment on recipes they've never made to be assholes, right? And sometimes they're just like, yeah. Sometimes they're just like, well, I substituted brown sugar for white sugar, and you know, I didn't have any baking soda, so I used baking powder instead. And it didn't turn out right. And you're like, yeah, no shit. Yeah, Liz, I was like, I didn't take it serious. I was more worried that they were going to take it seriously. I was just like, this person's an idiot. Lemon says, when I took the recipe development class, the chef said industry averages 6 times before publishing. That is probably true. That is definitely, I would say that's definitely true of a cookbook, of a book. On the internet, it's probably a little bit different, I'm guessing. I don't know how many times it gets tested. I know that I do it at least twice, and then someone tests it at least twice. Usually, I know that my editor makes things as well. So I don't know, it might be 5. I don't think it's 6. Are you writing a cookbook? No, I'm not. I'm not writing a cookbook, but I do publish recipes on the internet for the internet. And cookbook stuff definitely gets tested more. That I know. My friend Drew has worked on a couple cookbooks before, and he has tested recipes from cookbooks. And there was a period where he was working on a Korean cookbook where he was just like, I have so much soup. Can I give you like many quarts of soup? And I was like, sure. And then it was like oxtails. No, it wasn't. Was it? I don't know which cookbooks it was for. It was like oxtail soup. And then like 2 weeks later, he was like, I have more soup. And I was like, dude, I don't want any more of your soup. Thank you, though. Product packaging recipes, like totally. I could very much see that. But like my chicken salad recipe that's getting published on the internet, I think 4 times is probably good. And Lemon, I would say it depends on the complexity of the recipe too. Most of what I'm writing has 5 ingredients or less and is meant to come together in 45 minutes at most. So I would say the complexity is also important. Like that cookie recipe that we made for August, the one we made in September of the pecan butterscotch, all that, like that recipe got tested 10 times. Easy, easy, easy. Like for sure, I'm guessing. Super Scott, welcome in. Hello. Hello. Okay, we're gonna do this. We're gonna move to the stove now. So let me make sure this camera works. Sometimes it doesn't. Yeah, it does. Look at that. I'm gonna change the white balance on that though, because that is warm. Warm. Let's make that colder. Too cold. Okay, what does the actual temperature look like? There we go. That's about as accurate as that's gonna get. Speaking of Drew, this is Drew's Dutch oven. Thanks, Drew. I'm still using your Dutch oven. I've had it for a year, a literal year. I borrowed this Dutch oven to make the chicken pot pie recipe that I wrote last November. And Twinderella, take all the soup. You know, I do try to give some to my neighbors. Exactly, Lemon. Oh my God, I would love to do corporate recipe stuff like that. That would be amazing. I would very much love to like break into that world. That would be a lot of fun. A lot of fun. Does the recipe have roasted tomatoes? It was not canned tomatoes. I made it with canned tomatoes and it was bad. It did not turn out very well. The recipe that I had for the tomato soup was in this Dutch oven that you were looking at on stream. It was made with grape tomatoes, and you basically like put the grape tomatoes in oil and you put the lid on the Dutch oven and let them broil and let them basically boil and burst over the course of about 15 minutes. And then you stir in the lentils, because it's a tomato lentil soup, and then the lentils and some broth, and you let that boil in the Dutch oven along with the tomatoes. And then you add some more broth. The tomatoes, garlic, and onion all go in at once. You cook those for about 10 minutes, then the lentils for about 15 more to get to about 25 minutes, and then you basically blend the whole thing. Okay, so I'm adding 2 tablespoons of oil, and we're going to preheat this. I'm going to preheat this on, let's get this on just a full medium. Heat on medium. I don't think that the tomato soup recipe is not live yet. I don't think. It might be. But that should be coming up at some point. They said that was going to be a fall recipe, and it's like November, so it should be live. It should be live soon. What does Calvin want? Okay. he's finished school now. He's like just finished. He's just finished school, so he is back on his phone and texting like a fiend. All right, letting that preheat for just a moment or two, and then we're gonna toss this chicken in. I'm gonna put like half a teaspoon of salt on there. I'm really gonna keep it light on the salt because again, I'm using a whole gravy packet, and honestly, like that's gonna end up being a ton of salt. I'm looking for my celery salt here. If I don't have celery salt, we're not going to use it. Oh, there it is. It's there. It's there. All right. Now, celery salt is... I always forget how salty this is. Okay. Oh, fuck, that's salty. Jesus. Oh my God. Oh, I almost turned my face inside out. Okay, so we're gonna put, we're gonna use a half a teaspoon of that. That is, oh my God, that's so aggressive. We're gonna put that in with the chicken as it cooks in here. So this is preheated now. I'm going to put this chicken in, and we're going to start a timer here. Let's start our timer. Okay. Is that preheated? Yeah, close enough. Okay. Yes, it is. Oh, hold on. I missed one. Oop, there we go. And again, the goal with what I'm doing here is that the chicken will cook a little quicker if it's cut up into these like small pieces, as opposed to just tossing two 3/4 pound chicken breasts into a pot. And that it will generate a little bit more fond. So we're going to add a half a teaspoon of celery salt to this. And this is all the more salt I'm going to put in here until the end when I taste it. So we're really going light on this for the purpose of being conservative. Yeah, see, the chicken is already going. I actually want to turn this up to a medium high. This is not, these will cook pretty quickly. And I just kind of want to stir them about every minute or so. I don't want to like move them constantly because I do want them to develop a little bit of browning on them. What did I say I just put in? Celery salt. I just put in 1/2 teaspoon. Okay. I did all my shopping for this yesterday at Reading Terminal Market, except the frozen vegetables. The frozen vegetables I got at the grocery, but I went shopping at Reading Terminal, and the interesting thing with specifically to Reading Terminal is that you have a recipe that I know that I want to call for like a pack of cheese, like you know how the cheese comes in pre-sliced packages. Usually they're about 10 slices each. Like I'm going to call for a package, like a 10 pack of that, because I have 10 slices of bread. I have 10 pieces of cheese in a pack. You know, I'm going to call for one package of the peas and carrots. But because I'm shopping at Reading Terminal, they don't have those like frozen, those cheese, pre-sliced cheese packets. So whenever I go to the deli there, I'm just like, can you give me, the other recipe we're doing has cheese, the same cheese. So this time around, I was like, can I get 30 slices of cheddar cheese? And the guy was like, yeah, sure. You know, and they like weigh it out and then sell it to me that way, which is kind of fun. But it's sort of my way around like, I want to shop at Reading Terminal for this, but I don't want to have to call for someone to like go to the deli to get what they need for this recipe. a little bit of like inside info there. Same thing with like from when I call for like a rotisserie chicken in a recipe, I'll usually do a roasted chicken like the one that I had today instead of buying a rotisserie chicken, because usually I'm shopping the day before and I don't want to have the rotisserie chicken just in the fridge drying out. Now, if I know that I'm going to use it the same day, I wouldn't mind calling for a rotisserie chicken, especially if someone's planning on going to the grocery store and like, say, shopping on the way home. Lemon, what makes you a tomato soup hater? I'm curious. Texture, taste, tomatoes. The one that I recently did was the goal of it was to have it be more nutritionally balanced, and I don't focus on like nutrition as like a pillar of this channel necessarily. I'm not a nutritionist, I'm not a dietitian, I don't have that skill set. But I do know that like when you add lentils to things, it adds a certain element. It adds some protein. I believe it adds some iron too. So the reason that I wanted to make this tomato soup was to have a soup that was more nutritionally dense, i.e. had lentils in it, but also looked and came off visually and mostly flavor-wise as tomato soup. It's a little bit more earthy than your standard tomato soup, but I kind of like that because it's not sweet either. The thing that I don't love about most canned soups is they have some sugar in them. So I didn't add any sugar to this one. Campbell's tastes like hot ketchup. Yikes. That is a horrific condemnation if I've ever heard one. Raven, thank you. Welcome in. I think Campbell's is like the classic that sort of everybody grew up on, but it's not necessarily the best. I like my version better. My version is more effort though. You really Campbell's kind of definitely wins on ease of making. That's for sure. Progresso hearty tomato, and I dress it up. Yeah, I think over all those things you gotta add a little something to them. You can't just have like soup without, like, just soup straight from the can is not, you know, I don't know. I feel you on the needing to dress the thing up. For sure. We're getting there. This has been on for 6.5 minutes now. I keep popping these, kind of splitting these with my spoon to see how we're doing, if they're like cooked completely. They're not quite there yet. I think probably about 8 or 9 minutes is going to be the sweet spot here. Now, I mentioned fond. There's not really a lot of fond here because these kind of gave up a lot of liquid, which is also fine. What I am going to do is I'm debating whether or not I want to empty this pan and drain it, or if I want to keep the flavor of the chicken in here. If I want to keep all that sort of fat that's rendered out and built up on the bottom here. Now, some of that is fat and some of that is just liquid. I am kind of inclined to keep that. And what I think I should have done, and what I will probably do when I test this again, is cook the onions first. Cook the onions, then add the meat. Because the onions are going to render out some liquid too. Then add the vegetables and just like layer it as opposed to having to empty the pan. What I am gonna do this time around is I've decided I'm gonna empty this pan out, but I'm gonna empty it into a bowl so that we keep the liquid, and we're gonna have the liquid, just the liquid and the chicken in a wholly separate bowl. I'm gonna cook the onions, then we're gonna add the chicken back in. I'm gonna cook the onions, then we're gonna add the chicken back in, then we're gonna add the vegetables. We're gonna warm those up because they're frozen. Then we're going to add the soup packet and sort of make a broth out of it. So I'm gonna use some of the chicken liquid, some of the onion liquid, and an additional amount of liquid to make the gravy packet kind of come together in the viscosity that I want. Okay, I think this is probably just about there. Let's see. Now, I can't really take the temperature of these. What I can do is pop one of these on the tray next to me and sort of open it up and see. Yeah. Okay, yeah, this is cooked. That is good. All right, I'm gonna turn that off. Here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna turn that off. I'm gonna come back over here to the counter, and we're gonna just dump this whole thing into this bowl. Liquid and chicken. Because I don't really want to lose all that liquid, because that's just like chicken juice, right? We're gonna take an extra, where's my tablespoon? There it is. I'm gonna take an extra tablespoon of olive oil and put that in here. This is still pretty hot. I'm gonna keep the heat on. I'm gonna keep this on. This was at medium high. That chicken was in there for 10 minutes. Onion. Onion stir occasionally. Okay. Where's my onion? Here's my onion. All right, we're gonna toss the onion in. We're probably gonna cook this for, I would say 2 minutes. We're gonna cook this for about 2, maybe 3 minutes. We're gonna start my timer here. Then we're gonna add the chicken back in. We're gonna add the vegetables, and then we're gonna take a quick break because we're hitting that point. So while the vegetables are in here cooking, I am going to go ahead and hit my shirt with a little bit of dish soap here, because we are staining. The stain did not come out. We're going to do that, and then we're going to stir, because the vegetable is going to cook for longer than a 3-minute ad break. So if you're new to stream and you're just joining us, 1, welcome. 2, follows are silent. It's nice to have you. If you're enjoying what you're seeing and you're not currently following the channel, go ahead and hit the follow button. There's no sounds, there's no alerts, there's no nothing until you chat. And when you chat, the only thing that happens is your message comes through in chat and I see it. So if you're a lurker like me and you don't want to really be perceived, you just kind of want to enjoy hanging out and watching, feel free to hit the follow button and lurk away without any attention being drawn to you. 2, we take about a 3-minute break every hour or so to run some ads. There's our little heads up that the ads are going to start in about 2 minutes. We run some ads, and usually I take a little break. I do some dishes, mostly. But we're gonna do that here in just a moment. These onions are looking good. I don't want these to be too cooked, because they are gonna continue cooking while the vegetables are in there. Double X Loco, thank you for hanging out today. I appreciate you. I hope you have a good rest of your evening. Thanks for saying hi. Thanks for coming by. Sleep well. and we'll catch you again. The next time I'll be live will be Sunday. Don't worry, I'm not, the stream is not, I'm saying that as if I'm ending, but I'm really just letting folks who are going to bed know. The next time we'll be live is Sunday. Right around noon, we'll be doing Cookie Club. If you're a subscriber, go ahead and get your vote in on the Discord for what kind of cookies you'd like to have made on Sunday, and we'll make them. All right, onion is looking pretty good. We're just about there. So next step here is going to be to add the chicken back in, because in my version, the version of this recipe that I test next, we're going to do the onion first. And right about now, with the onion, is where I would add the chicken. So, hold on, I'm going to delay this ad break one more quick moment here, so that, because we're almost there, and I don't want to lose, I don't want y'all to miss out on the action. So just give me a second here. We're gonna get to the words on stream. I know you're excited about words on stream. We're gonna get to that in just a moment here. But we're gonna add the chicken back in, then we're gonna add the vegetables, and then we're gonna cook for probably about 5 minutes. So we're cooking the onion for about 4 minutes. What we would do is we cook the onion for about 4 minutes, then we cook the chicken, and the onion will cook a little. The onion will end up, in my final version, being cooked a little further than this, which is ideal. It's not going to be quite perfect in this version, but that's okay. All right, that's 4 minutes. We're going to add the chicken back in. So we're adding the chicken. I'm going to stir that in. And then we're going to add the vegetables, which are frozen. And we're going to cook this until the vegetables are warmed through, probably about 5 minutes. And the note here is going to be until the vegetables are warmed through, cook, stirring occasionally until the vegetables are warmed through, about 5 minutes, roughly. That's my guess. So this is our sort of pot pie filling. So I'm starting a timer here. Starting my timer. The onions gave up some liquid, the chicken has some liquid, and then when I add the gravy packet in, usually with the gravy packet, the directions on the gravy are to boil, basically like let it boil, and then boil for a few minutes until it thickens. So we are going to need to do that, but we'll get there. Okay, so we're going to run a quick ad break on Twitch. During the ad break, I'm going to let this, we're going to do the ad with this pot on the screen still. I'm going to probably stir it once or twice while we're in the ad break. We're going to run 3 minutes worth of ads on Twitch. If you don't want to hear ads and you want to hear what I have to say during that time, please go subscribe on YouTube. It is in the link in chat. Otherwise, here comes a game of words on stream. Here comes a 3-minute ad break, and we'll be right back. Raven, I also love onion on chili dogs. Chapstick Queen, welcome in. Hello. All right, we'll be right back.
Hi. Welcome to another edition of Commercials I Hate.
We'll be right back. Okay, we're going to do 2 things. One, I'm going to get a sponge and put a little bit of dish soap on it and hit my sweater with it. Okay. Maybe that'll work. Maybe it won't. maybe the sweater's ruined forever. I'm gonna stir this because it is starting to bubble a little bit, and I'm hearing the liquid in the bottom begin to boil again. So we're doing good. And I'm going to wash a few of these dishes that I have in the sink here because I am going to use them for our second recipe today. Now, our second recipe should be a bit easier than the one that I'm making first. The second one is also a toast, also a soup kind of toast. However, it's also going to be made in the Dutch oven, so I need to finish the Dutch oven before I can start that one. The other recipe is going to be a broccoli cheddar, and that is a little bit easier because I'm basically going to cook the broccoli and then toss a soup packet into it and make like a heavy kind of gravy of that soup packet instead of making soup. And we're going to go with that second today. So that's going to be next. But all that is, this is a very long way of saying I've used a bunch of my measuring implements here, and I need them because I'm going to need to measure more things. So I'm just going to hand wash the couple dishes that I've made dirty already, and we're going to sit those in the dish pan ready for the next round here. That includes the brush, and it includes the measuring cups and all the bowls. The cup measure, the spoon measures, all the things.
It's over!
Hey, welcome back. Thank you for your patience. If you were on Twitch, I understand that you were just experiencing an ad break, which is mostly unpleasant. I run the ads once every hour so that we maintain a pre-roll advertisement-free stream. Sometimes I don't do that. Sometimes I stop running the ads and we just let the pre-rolls go. And some days I appreciate when the ads run because it helps me stay on track with doing the dishes. Today is one of those days, so apologies for that. Thank you for your patience. Finishing up the Game Awards on stream. Everyone get your last guesses in for this round. We have one more guess per person. Is available to you if you're playing, and if not, just wait a few moments and we'll be back on the screen. I'm finishing up the dishes that are in the sink. Well, some of them anyway. All the pertinent ones that I need. Words sounds very disappointed. That was brutal. It seemed brutal. It seemed brutal. Even with that many folks who are giving it a shot. Sometimes that's just how it goes. We can't, you know, sometimes that's how it is. Look, we put dish soap on the sweatshirt. Hopefully it works. All right, this is looking pretty good here. I think we're at 5-6 minutes worth of bubbling. This is definitely, they're hot. So I would say probably 5 minutes is fine. Okay, what we're going to do now is add the soup packet. Raven says, I will buy the sweatshirt. The sweatshirt is available from Twitch merchandise store, I think. Whatever you call that. It's probably on whatever like merch site Twitch has. I got it at TwitchCon this year, so it was a new, I don't know if it was a new model or new whatever version, model, something. Okay, so I'm adding into this, let's look at the directions on here. Directions: stir water gradually in the gravy mix with whisk in a small saucepan. Stirring frequently, cook on medium heat. until gravy comes to a boil. Reduce heat and simmer 1 minute. Okay, so I'm going to just, I'm going to go ahead and just pour this into here. I know it says to whisk it, but like, it says to whisk it, but we're going to risk it and see what happens. Come on over to the stove. And we're just going to stir this in. Because what I'm trying to do is just make like a thick consistency here for my excuse me, for these toasts. And oh yeah, that thickened up like immediately. The liquid on in the bottom of here just like soaked all that up. Okay, hold on. I need to start a timer. Stop, start. Okay, start. Okay, so I have not since the beginning of this changed the heat. So I think what I want to do here, I have a cup. I got a cup of water out. And what I think I'm going to do is just add a 1/4 cup at a time. There we go. That was a 1/4 cup of water. I don't want to over liquefy this, but I do want it to taste like gravy. Now, it says to add a cup of liquid, and I believe that in the bottom of this pot was about a cup of liquid already. Maybe a little less than that. I added a 1/4 cup, but my thinking here is if I basically stir this now constantly for about a minute, maybe 2, that's 1 minute. All right, so we got 1 minute on the clock here. It should, my sense is that this should come together in some gravy-like format enough that it will be like a little bit of a binder. All I'm really looking for is for the gravy to bind things together just a little bit. And it kind of is. What I'm doing here is scraping down the sides, stirring, and I added a 1/4 cup of water to this. It looks, as I'm stirring it, it is looking a little more gravy-like. I'm gonna add one more splash of water. So that wasn't quite another 1/4 cup. I think that's going to be about it. It might have been too much, but I don't think so. I think this will be okay. Checkster Queen says, am I adding any extra seasoning in? What I am doing here is when I'm finished with adding, basically once this is thickened, or once this is ready to put on the toast. So this is going to be a toast, right? I toasted some bread, and I'm going to basically take this and put it on top of toast. Once this is, either thick enough, but basically once this is ready, I'm going to taste it. And then we're going to add salt, because I am worried about the amount of salt in the soup packet. The only seasoning that I've added to this so far is a 1/2 teaspoon of celery salt. Sorry, not soup packet, gravy packet. Was that a gravy packet? I swear to God, if that was a soup packet, I'm going to be annoyed. No, gravy. Okay. Yikes. Okay. So this is, how is this? I might want to, I might want to add a second gravy packet to this, because this is 4 servings. It's supposed to be 4 servings. I'm going to go ahead and add a second gravy packet to this. Because this is not thick in the bottom. And I want this to be a little thicker. The gravy packet says it's 4 servings. I'm making 10 pieces of toast. So I am guessing that this just needs to be thicker. Yes, Lemon, it does need to be thicker on the bottom. You are correct. You are correct. All right, now I'm gonna keep the same amount of liquid and just kind of let this one ride for a second here. again, you're supposed to mix this with water and let it boil and then reduce, which I am not doing. So it's acting a little differently than it would if it was just making gravy. However, that looks a lot better. This is much, much better. I think I just it just wasn't enough. Okay, this seems about right here. And now I'm really glad that I didn't add additional salts, because if this, you can't take salt out. You can add it though. Yeah, and this is looking good. I am stirring this constantly though, and I think that's going to be important in the directions here, because otherwise it will very likely just burn to the bottom of this pot, and I don't want that to happen. Okay, this is actually looking quite nice here. I know that I should add some pepper to this, so as I say, you know, stir it constantly. I'm going to stop stirring it for a moment and grate some black pepper. Okay, so this has been on here for about 5 minutes, but it's going to actually take less than that in the final version, because I added a second packet here. It would probably take about half of that, is my guess. So I want to add about a teaspoon of black pepper to this and then taste it. Okay, I'm going to turn this off now, because this is a good thickness, and it's going to continue to heat because it's a cast iron Dutch oven. So it's off, and I'm just getting my pepper ground. I should have done this first. I forgot that I didn't have any ground pepper ready to go. Okay, so we're adding, there's a half a teaspoon, and then there's another half a teaspoon. So we're adding a whole teaspoon of black pepper to this. Salt, I don't know if it needs yet, but I do know that I didn't add any pepper to it. So writing that in. Vegetables 5, 2 packs, 3 min. That was also 1/4 cup water. Pepper, 1 teaspoon. Okay. Part of the value of doing this on a live stream is that as I'm narrating the thing, I can go back and like actually watch the stream and like hear me say the things out loud if I forget to write them down. Okay, so this is our topping right here. Looks pretty good. I'm gonna taste this and see how it is. Hello. That needs about a half, that needs about a half a teaspoon of salt. Like literally half of a teaspoon. Total. Like that is relatively salty as it is. Not that salty, but I'm gonna add a half a teaspoon. We're gonna mix that in again, and then gonna give that another try. Because nothing in here was salted. I only put a half teaspoon of celery salt on the chicken, and the vegetables, there's a whole bag of vegetables that are plain, but that gravy packet had a lot of sodium in it. So there we go. That's looking pretty good. Yep, that was it. Ooh, that's tasty. Okay, that was good. Half a teaspoon of salt. Okay, come on back over here to the counter. Now, if you don't have celery salt, you're adding a teaspoon of salt to the whole thing, because I added half a teaspoon of celery salt in the beginning. So 1 teaspoon of salt for all of that filling Not bad. That's a pretty like it's a pretty minimal amount of additional salt, given that the gravy packets have quite a bit in them. Okay, so now we're ready to top the bread and top. And am I broiling this or heating it too? I think I'm just broiling it. Top and bake. Return to the oven. Bake 2 to 3 minutes until the cheese is melting. Set the oven to broil. Broil 2 minutes until the cheese is brown and bubbly. Okay, so I never turn the oven off. My oven is still at 400 degrees. My oven stays at 400 the whole time. We have toasts here, toasted bread, ready to go. I'm gonna take my pot off the stove here, and we are going to top with topping. I keep calling it filling because it's a pot pie, but it's like not a pot pie. It's it's a toast. And I'm going to add my cheese to it. Let me wash my hands so I can get this cheese out. All right. We're doing well here. I spent a lot of time talking on stream today. I'm looking at the time and I'm like, damn, it's been almost 4 hours. It hasn't been almost 4 hours. It's like 3.5 hours. Mainly because I started 30 minutes after I was planning on. Anyway, it's fine. It's fine. We have cheddar cheese. So I want to say, like, when I talk about like, oh, I'm going to go get this at Reading Terminal, right? As opposed to getting it from the grocery store. So in this recipe, I'm going to call for a pre-sliced package of deli cheese. 10 slices. That's the standard in a package, right? One of those packages is like $4-5 or so. This giant hunk of almost 40 slices of cheese was $11. So it is a lot cheaper, in this instance anyway, to just go to the deli and get like sliced cheese. Okay, here's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna take this and portion this. I'm gonna take this cast iron pan. This was my chicken salt from earlier. I put my raw chicken hands in that, so we're just gonna throw that out. Okay.
Hello.
Hello, Calvin's home. I'm gonna take this and cut this in half. And then we're gonna put I'm gonna try to get about 5 equal portions out of here, out of each side.
What are we making?
Calvin, we are making, I am making chicken pot pie toast.
Ooh.
Oh, that was an excited reaction. I like that reaction.
I love chicken pot pie.
Yeah,
I love toast.
I love chicken pot pie too. Okay, so
is it basically like chicken pot pie filling on toast?
it is. It's chicken pie. Everyone's like, is it chicken pot pie filling on toast? Yes, that is correct.
That sounds like.
That is correct. That is basically all it is.
That sounds like what it would be.
Oh wait, that's not the one I want to zoom. This is the one I want to zoom.
Why do you have little like lemon things?
Why do I have little red mat things? They're fatigue mats. Well, they're not fatigue mats. They're actually play mats from when you were a child.
Yeah, I know that. I mean, why are they there?
Why are they there? For my knees. So that I am, so I can stand here. So I can stand here. So a little more than a quarter cup. To save my old bones, that's right. I don't actually use them very often. I forgot about them. I forgot about them, then I saw them today when I was setting up for stream. I was like, oh yeah, can use those. So I'm measuring everything. So right now I'm measuring how much filling to put on each one of these. About a third. This is about a third of a cup that I'm using here. Which seems to be about right.
Okay.
It might be actually a little more than a third of a cup. I might have too much chicken in here. That's what I might have. Yeah, I'm gonna end up calling for a little less chicken, I think, than I have. So I don't want to call for less vegetables. But this is a third of a cup here is just about covering each piece of toast. It's like, it's thick too. So yeah, this really is just like a really quick pot pie filling on top of toast. And if I have a little extra here, it'll be fine. And I'm gonna have a little extra here. I'm gonna have about 2 toasts worth of extra.
Love you, Happy Boo. I love you, Happy Boo. Hold on, everyone get the cat ready.
Hold on. You said get the cat counter ready? Who do you have?
This guy, Ash. This guy. We have this guy.
Can you just make sure that he's not over top of the food, please?
He's not.
Yeah, we have a cat. We have a child too. Yeah, Ash is here. Okay.
38 appearances.
Yeah. Elsie's still in the lead, but she has not been around.
Cat counter.
Toby's definitely the most reclusive of the cats. At least on stream. I mean, he is getting big. He had a haircut recently, this week, Tuesday. He had a haircut on Tuesday. So he's he looks like a little bit more mature to me, or he looks a little older with the haircut. It's just like, I don't know, I think anytime someone gets a haircut, there's like a little bit of a, like, oh, you look different and you look changed. What do you go wash your hands. Get out of here.
Oh, Ashley, lost.
Yeah, he's just on the floor. Now he's on the floor next to my feet where he was at the beginning of stream. He just can't, he like won't, yeah.
Ashley Boo has flopped.
Okay, I think that we are gonna need to, I'm gonna need to adjust this a little bit. I'm gonna call for a smaller portion of chicken breast because there's a lot of chicken in here. I think the vegetables are fine. The number of vegetables is totally okay. But I think there's a lot of chicken and I don't want to reduce the vegetables because the vegetables come in like a specifically sized bag. The onion is really not any volume here at all. How many servings is there supposed to have? Probably 5, I would say, if you're eating 2 of these. Because there's 10 total pieces. So, I mean, I know for me, like 2 of those pieces is pretty substantial. It's a piece of bread that's 1 inch thick. And, you know, enough topping. There's enough topping in here that would be in one of those like personal pot pies from Stouffer's or whatever. 671 grams of chicken. Yeah, I did. I did. Pound and a half of chicken. So I mean, like, I think I could cut that by half easily. But not half. I could cut a half a pound off. I could cut a half a pound off. I could cut about half a pound off. Hey, Avo! Congratulations. Not only do you get a little fancy badge in chat, but you get some confetti on top of it. Very nice. Very, very nice. Congratulations. That's a lot of points.
Confetti.
That's 100,000 channel points to get an instant VIP. 100,000 channel points.
What are channel points?
What are channel points? Channel points are what you earn by watching stream, chatting, watching stream and chatting, being a subscriber, whatever. You can get channel points in a lot of different ways.
Can't you like redeem stuff with channel points?
You can. Here, move to the side. I need you to move out of the way.
Is this out of the way?
No. Would you like to try a little bit of that?
Yeah.
Here. Tell me how that is. 100 grams protein per serving. Yeah, and I'm thinking, basically, like, those are big chicken breasts, and I just cut 2 of them up for this purpose. Yeah, definitely, like, taking one of those chicken breasts and or taking half of that again off would be perfect. I can't. It's too much. Having this much left over. Watch this. You ready for this? Here's why I love having consistently sized containers, because not the little portion that I just gave him notwithstanding, I can take this, I can tear my scale, I can put this and this on it and see that this is 26 grams. I'm going to take that off. I'm going to put this on. 174 grams. Lemon. 670 minus 174, right? 496. You said 100 grams per person per serving. This is what's left over. That's fucking wild. If y'all weren't following along, by the way, the amount that I took out of here, if this was just chicken, it would mean almost exactly 100 grams per serving. 50 grams per piece of toast. It does
So
just
that's
make
2
sense.
pieces of
It's-
toast per serving.
That's right. It's almost like Lemon knows what she's talking about in the culinary world.
I'm gonna go put this by the.
I'm just kidding. You definitely know what you're talking about. Okay,
It's very good, by the way.
good. Well, you can have one of these in a few minutes if you want. I'm gonna pull these out of the oven shortly. I'm gonna make like another thing of toast for dinner. Mm-hmm. Can you? Yeah, here. Imagine that. Imagine. Yeah, and that's really like, yeah, so I would say, 200, that's about 2 cups of chicken. Because if it's 671 and don't do it. You and your kind. The worst. Yeah, that's about 2. That would be about 2 cups worth of cut up chicken, which would also be nice. Maybe a little more than 2 cups. Whatever. I'm gonna call for a pound of chicken. They asked when I was writing this recipe, they specifically asked with the chicken for weight and volume. Weight and volume. So 500 grams. Okay, this is good, and we're ready to put this in the oven. I should take a picture of this, the way that it looks right now, prior to putting it in the oven for reference purposes. Where did I put my phone? Where is my phone? It's probably up here. Yeah, there it is. Okay. Cool. Let's get a picture. Wipe your lens. Wipe your lens. If you're taking a photo, just like in general of anything, wipe your lens. If someone hands you their phone and asks you to take a photo, 1, wipe their lens. 2, take like 10 photos. It's just camera etiquette. Basic camera etiquette. Follow me for other tips. Okay, there we go. This is like ready to go in the oven. Good, good. Okay, so cheese is on top, ready to go in. I want to bake these for 2 to 3 minutes. So I do want to time this because this part goes quickly. And we're not going to do other things except clean up slightly during this time. 2 minutes. Go. Okay. You know what I can do while we're doing this? I can grind some more pepper. Oh, lemon! That is kind of funny though. Kids are so smart and stupid at the same time. The kids these days, seriously though, yeah, they are. They really are. It's kind of wild to me. Yeah, they're very astute. They're very self-assured in some ways. They are confident in ways that I was not as a kid. They are able to like speak up for themselves. They're able to advocate for themselves in ways that I think a lot of adults that I know aren't. It's kind of wild to me. So it is very fascinating. Yeah, they haven't been conditioned to fit in a box. And I think more to the point, at least within my circle of friends and my people that I like consort with, that is the goal, is to like keep them from having to do that for as long as possible. Bowser, welcome. Hello. All right, well, we're out of pepper in here, so I suppose that's it. Okay, that was 2 minutes. That was quick. Set a timer for 1 more minute. How are we doing? Oh, we're melted. Okay, we're definitely melted. Now we're going to hit the broiler. We're going to broil those on high for 1 minute. Literally 1 minute. When the broiler comes on, we'll start the timer. 3, 2, 1. Maybe? Not yet. Here we go. 3, 2, 1. Okay, 1 minute. 2 minutes was all that took. Also, my oven is like ripping hot right now. So, while this is going, let's take some notes. Chicken, I need 500 grams. Wrong timer. 500 grams, about I would say two small chicken breasts. Probably 2 cups, 2 to 2.5. Broil top of cheddar. Cook 2 broil 1. Okay. Get those out of the oven. And we are, I didn't actually need to broil those. I could have just cooked those for 2 minutes and I think that would have been fine. Unless, no, we're gonna broil those for 1 more minute. It's not gonna melt any farther. So let's broil those for 1 more minute. I remember having this dilemma when I made these, a previous version of these, and thinking about, oh, if I broil these for too long, it's gonna melt too much, but there's a kind of a point where like the cheese is not gonna run off anymore, but I do want it to get a little browned, which would be nicer. So we're leaving those in for another minute or so. Let me turn the oven light on so I can look at these. Yeah, they're going. Okay, it's about 30 more seconds. Let me try this filling now that it's had a little chance to like gel. Yeah, that's the right saltiness. Any more salt in there would be too much, especially after I add cheese to that. Because the cheese is going to be pretty salty. The olive oil is pretty rich. So generally speaking, I think 1 total teaspoon of salt. Now, knowing that, I will add the salt. I will call for adding the salt earlier in the process. I'll probably call for adding the salt right around where the chicken, basically after the onion cooks, I'm gonna have the chicken and salt, all of the salt at the same time. And what I will do is, instead of adding a half a teaspoon of celery salt and a half a teaspoon of kosher salt, I'm going to add a whole teaspoon of celery salt, or call for adding a whole teaspoon of kosher salt. Either way. Because I think they're going to be roughly equivalent. So, let's turn this broiler off. Turn my oven back to 400. And here we are. We have our first final product of the day ready to go. I personally think these look really good. I'm very happy with the consistency of the topping. I'm happy with the cheese. I think I want the cheese to be a little bit more burnt than it is, honestly. I wanted this to have some more like browning on top. I'm afraid of leaving it in too much, but honestly, let's put it in for another minute and see what happens. Because this is the part where I'm testing it, right? Like I want this to be browner. What happens if I broil it for 3 minutes instead of 2? I thought it was just going to take 1 minute. It melted right away. So maybe instead of, when I test it, here's what I'm going to do when I test it. Next time, I'm going to put half of them on one sheet pan, and we're going to just broil them from the start. And we'll put the other half on another sheet pan. We'll let them heat and melt like I did here, and then we'll broil them after that, and we'll just see which one is better, because I don't know which one will be better. But I'm going to pop these in for 1 more minute, and we'll see what happens. Maybe they burn. I think they look good like they are, but I do want them to be I want like 1 or 2 like brown spots on the top of them. Now, cheddar is kind of a cheese that will sort of just melt as opposed to browning. So that's why I was thinking maybe I should just broil them from the beginning, as opposed to putting them back in the hot oven, which would have the added benefit of being able to turn the oven off maybe between steps. Onion, chicken, vegetable, 2 packets, 1/4 cup of water, stir. Stir constant. Okay. Chase, I toasted the bread first. So what we do with the bread to start this recipe is coat it in olive oil and cook it for, how long did I cook the bread for? I cooked the bread for about 10 total minutes. No, about 10. I cooked this bread for 10, 11, 12, 13 total minutes. I cooked it for 10 on the first side and then like 3 on the second. With sourdough bread, you have to cook it longer. And that's a note that I would put in the recipe. So for folks that are basically like, oh, you know, all I have is sourdough. Okay, well, you're gonna have to toast it a little longer. Yes, perfect. Okay, that is exactly what I want. Okay, so, oh, the cheese is sticking. Don't put that in your mouth. Don't do it. Don't put that directly in your mouth. We're learning. We're learning. It's hot. Maybe don't put the molten cheese in your mouth. See, this is wisdom. But this is what we have now after 3 minutes worth of broiling. And you can see, like on the top here, there's a little, I don't want to tilt this too much, but there's a little, hold on, here's what we're going to do. I'm going to zoom this down this way and show you this sitting down so I don't have to hold it up. There we go. Yeah, see, I have some more browning on like this one here, like the little brown spots. That's what I want. That's really like what I'm going for here, is that type of browning. So I think what we'll do in the future for the next, the test version of this is I will just broil these from the beginning so that not only do they melt under the broiler, but they start browning earlier. These melted quite a bit, which is fine. It's not over the edge of the toast. They're looking great. They're looking great in general. But let's see, I cooked 2, I broiled for 3. Next, I think I could just broil these for 3 minutes instead. I don't think I need to cook them at all, because if my oven is hot already, they're going to melt right away, sort of no matter what. Chase, I think 2 slices is meant to be a serving here in my sort of estimation. I definitely volunteer to taste test. I mean, these are basically, we're gonna have these for dinner. I'm thinking for dinner tonight, we're gonna do like one piece of this and 1 piece of the next toast that I make, which will not take as long as this one. There's less ingredients in the last one. The next one just has broccoli and a soup packet and toast, broccoli, soup packet, and cheddar cheese. The next one is a lot simpler. Okay, but these look great. I'm very happy with how these turned out. Thank you, bot, for the reminder. For anyone who is hanging out in stream and is new here, perhaps you're new to the stream at all, perhaps you've returned from a previous hangout and you're not following. Follows are silent. If you follow, there's no alerts, there's no sounds. I will not say hi to you until you chat first. You will not be perceived in any meaningful capacity unless you want to be. However, if you hit the follow button, you will follow the channel and you will be reminded to come back. So there's that. Just, you know, FYI, in case that was important to you. What flavor of soup? Onion soup. We're going to use this, one of these. These may look familiar to you if you've ever made like a dip. Classic onion dip, 1 envelope, soup secrets, 1 container of sour cream. So we're gonna use this soup packet mixed in with some broccoli, and I don't know how thick that's going to end up being. So I may want to call for gravy in that one as well. I don't really want to. I'll say that. I would want to not have to do that at all, but I might. So we'll see. We'll see. Okay, I'm gonna take a photo of this as it is now. I'm gonna cut a piece of it so I can get a cross section. And then we will give this one a try, because obviously this is meant to be eaten hot out of the oven. Not directly out of the oven, but like, you know, close enough. Let's get a, this is, I don't want to mash this too much because I want to get like as good of a cross section look as I can. Okay, well that seems good. Yeah, look at that. That is great. So this is what I'm going for here. This is why you toast the bread first, because if you look, this is kind of liquidy, right? But it hasn't permeated down through the bread because I toasted it. So it was nice and crispy on the top. So this is a little bit, you can see sort of how far into the bread the olive oil has soaked. But this is looking quite nice right there. That's what I was hoping for. That is definitely what I was hoping for in general. So we will take a cross section of that. Now, can I get a cross section of that without my hand in it? This is where the food photographers of the world really come in, because I am a very like one-trick pony when it comes to food photography. I definitely, if you look at my Instagram, it is literally like almost 10 full years of the same exact photo. Recently, Gwen was like, how come you always take these? She's like, why don't you take the picture from a different angle? And I was like, because then it wouldn't be on brand. And she's like, yeah, but all your photos look the same. And I was like, I know, that's the point. Okay, so that's good. Whoa. That piece of toast just almost fell upside down and is still, the stuff is still staying on top. Now, that is, not gonna lie, that is definitely a good sign. That's a goal, right? That is a goal. Yeah, so this is the other half, and the cross section of that one looks pretty good too. So pretty happy with that. Mrs. H, welcome in. Can never find anywhere free of shadows. Well, when I'm live, I have a light over here. I have a light over here and a light over here and lights above me. So there are shadows here, but they're sort of like in all directions. Oh shit. That was like a pot pie you can hold in your hand. You heard that crunch? The microphone's like all the way, is like down here. Hell yeah, that is really good. Okay. I'm gonna put this other piece on the tray. All right, that was deeply satisfying. That would be better. I'm my own, I'm very self-critical in many areas. And food is definitely one of them. Like, this will be a lot better with the full complement of celery salt. So if I doubled the amount of celery salt in here, there'd be a more of a celery flavor, which would be awesome. And that would make this even better. Okay. Really particularly happy with how that turned out. All right. So notes on that one. Where is it? There it is. So this is what my recipes usually look like before I start testing them. Just a couple notes at the top to remind me to weigh and, you know, a couple notes to remind me of what to do. So this is what it looks like after version 1. These are 2 different recipes, but like, those are the notes. And I've said this before. This was one of the things that I talked about at the food stream panel that we did at TwitchCon. But like paper recipes, like printing the thing out, even if you're not like working on a recipe to like write it and do all of that, it was to me, like being able to move my recipe like everywhere else in the kitchen. Like this has oil spilled on it now. Like there's a big oil spot on here. Like it's really valuable to be able to like have something printed and not like on my computer. So this is why I print these out. A little bit of walking time, fellas. Excellent. That is nice. I need to get the rest of my steps in this afternoon. Evening. I got 2,000 steps left to my goal today. We'll get there. Okay. Next recipe. This one is a lot quicker. This is also a toast. So, this is also a toast. We're doing 2 different toasts today. This one calls for broccoli, onion soup, recipe secrets, onion soup and dip packet, and cheddar cheese, and that's it. So, this one's really straightforward. In a Dutch oven, cook the broccoli until softened and slightly seared. Add water and TBD soup packet amount. Reduce until thick. Smash some broccoli with a fork. I don't want to use a spoon. We want to use a fork. Top the toast, top with cheddar, and broil. So we're going to need salt, pepper, and oh, did I write down how much water I put in this thing? Did I? I did. Quarter cup. Okay, good. Half mile today, and that's okay. Half miles, yeah. Whatever you can get to is whatever you can get to that day is the right amount of walking. I would totally make this dish. I wonder if you could make this with gluten. I'm sure you could make this with gluten-free bread. Do you do gluten-free bread? Okay. All right, here's what we're gonna do. I need to cut up these Cookie Club entries. That's important. So I'm gonna do 2 things. We're gonna take a quick break. During the break, we're gonna play a game of words on stream. I'm gonna run 3 minutes worth of ads on Twitch. While those ads are running, and while Words on Stream is being played, I'm gonna wash the Dutch oven in the sink so that I can use it again. Then I'm going to start cutting up these Cookie Club entries. We're going to do a Cookie Club drawing at the end of stream today. So I got to cut these up and like, we got to get moving with these. So that's what's going to happen next. We got one more toast to do, but it's going to be a quick one. It's going to be a quick one. And for this next one, I can actually do the broiler first, like I was thinking, and see if that works, because this is I'm using the same exact cheese for this next version. So that is the run of things. I also need to hydrate here, and I'm getting very warm. I need to take this scarf off. Where do I put the microphone if I take the scarf off? I don't know. I knew I had to fall off. Okay. Anyway, let's get to that. When we come back, we're going to get the ingredients out for our broccoli cheddar toast. We're going to get the ingredients out, make the toast, cut up the broccoli, and then cook the broccoli. This one should go pretty quickly. There's no onion, there's no raw meat, there's no frozen vegetables. It's like fresh broccoli. We're gonna basically cook it in the Dutch oven relatively quickly. I'm gonna put a little bit of water in there, and we're gonna like steam it. And basically, once that water is gone, we're going to it should be pretty much ready. As I don't really want it to. I want it to get a little bit soft, so we're gonna cut it up. We're gonna cut it up quite a bit. I also, did I write down how much the chicken was 1/4 inch dice. Okay. I did not write down how big the chicken was. Twinderella, that's cool. Were you expecting that? Is she like familiar with where you are? Or does she often write about like that type of location? Oh, whoa. So this was like unprompted. That's cool. That is kind of cool. I love when Philadelphia gets mentioned in the media, except, I mean, that happens, probably more frequently. All right. We're going to take a quick break. During that time, we're going to play a game of Words on stream, and I'm going to wash the Dutch oven and then start cutting these up. Written about Idaho and mentioned Salt Lake City before. So sort of like in that western area. That's cool. That would be fun and surprising. Mega, welcome. Good day. All right, we're gonna run a 3-minute ad, or we're gonna play a game of Words on stream. Here that comes. Sorry. We're gonna run a 3-minute ad, and we will be back momentarily. I'm gonna wash this Dutch oven. Okay, BRB.
Hi, welcome to another edition of Commercials I Hate.
Yeah, I think about 1/3 of a cup was the right measure for that too, portion-wise. Portion-wise per toast. I think any more and it would have spilled off. Like 1/3 of a cup was just enough that it was substantial, but the cheese could contain it. I'm also clearing the sink out. Okay, now we wash the Dutch oven. I think I've used this Dutch oven for like every recipe I've written recently. It's really useful. I think the Dutch really knew what they were doing. Okay. I'm not using the lid to this either. Oh, I keep forgetting that I have this chicken sitting on the stove. It's sort of been back there for a bit. It's fine. I'm just recalling that it's there every so often. All right. Got one more. Savory says I'm bad at this game. Hey, you know, it takes everyone. You can't win words on stream by yourself. It's not possible. There's too many words for one person to do it alone. So if you're bad, it takes other people to help pick you up. And the thing is that if you put a bunch of words in chat that don't work and other people are observing that, then they'll know what doesn't work, and that's helpful too. See how much of an optimist I am? All right, we're getting there. Lil Mac, welcome in. Good to see you.
It's over!
Hey, if you're on Twitch, welcome back. Thank you for your patience. I appreciate you. Thanks for hanging out. If you're still here and you sat through the ad break, great. That is amazing. And if you did not, then that means you're gone and you're not hearing me anyway. So, whatever. I appreciate all the folks who are hanging out today. Those of you who just arrived, and those of you who have been hanging out all day. Thank you. We're cutting up these channel point redeems, or not channel point. We're cutting up Cookie Club entries right now as we're finishing. I've got, I don't remember how many there were in October. Less than September, but more than August. So we're gonna pause. We're gonna pause on doing that now, and we'll get back to that during the next ad break. And if we don't get back to it in the next ad break, we'll get back to it before we do the drawing. Unless you're hungry right now, those are ready to eat. Oh yeah, yeah. I mean, don't let me stop. Yeah, don't let me stop you. But yeah, I'm making a whole other thing. It's going to take a lot less time than these. Because I also like talked for the first. That is chicken pot pie toast. They're very good. You will like those. You will definitely like those. And if you don't, then maybe you'll like the other ones. Username, welcome in. Hello. I'm going to get myself something to drink. Because I've been talking for a little bit and I'm parched. Someone in chat earlier said chicken pot pie, 3 of my favorite things. And that is never not funny. Oh. Are you coming to eat something?
Yes.
You coming to eat chocolate? Okay. I want you to eat dinner. Not necessarily right now, but I want to make sure that you are going to eat dinner.
Yeah, I know.
So
It's less than it's more than an hour till dinner.
what I want to say is that I want you not to bring up like a giant bag of candy. I want you to pick like a piece or two, or 3 or 4,
Yeah.
and take that upstairs. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Caretaker says my mic's gonna die soon. You're probably right. It's been about 5 hours. Yeah. 4 hours and 20 minutes. Well, I'm in the red. My mic is in the red. That is true. Why don't we just switch it now? Oh wait, this is the bass, not my mic. My mic is in my hat. Okay. Hopefully this one still works too. This one's still fully charged. This one is fully charged. I'm gonna put this in my hat. Does this sound better, worse, or do I sound far away?
Yeah, but a finger cat and Milky Way right now.
Okay. Sounds the same. Great. That's ideal. While I'm doing that, let me just plug this other one in. That way it can get started charging again. That way, if this mic dies during the stream, one of 2 things is true. The mic is gone bad, or this has gone terribly wrong. We're about to hit 5 p.m. If you are on the East Coast and you are at work, finishing up your day, good luck with your last 10 minutes of your day. If you're looking for a little something to do before you log off for the day, I have a few suggestions. 1, you can hit the follow button. That would be amazing. 2, you could perhaps head over to the YouTube channel. There's a link to that in chat. You could go open the video that is there. It's the first original video that I've posted to YouTube. I'm pretty happy with how it worked out. I'm would be grateful if you would go open it up, let it play through all the way so that it is counted as a watch. If you hit the like button and maybe hit the subscribe button, it'd be fucking amazing if you would comment on it or share it. That would also be great. But it is less than 10 minutes long. So in the last 10 minutes of your day, before you log off, you East Coast work folk, maybe a little something for you to do. Plenty of time to do that, and then shut your computer down for the day. Anyway, cheers. If you want to spend the extra like 3 minutes after that video ends, there's also a couple new shorts on YouTube and some reels on Instagram. Did we do the self-promotion? That's how we promote, right? Like and subscribe. Chicken potties. I giggled at that one. I did, oh, excuse me. I did giggle. That was a giggle. Bravo. Yes. Thank you, folks. The YouTube is, I have not had a workflow for like creating any type of short form content,
This
but
is your friendly reminder to save a cup of your
I'm getting into it. Are we self-promoting? Yes, Savory Sale. We are self-promoting. Would you like me to do it again? Let's do it again. Hey, I made a video. It's on YouTube. You should go watch it. There's a link to that in chat. There's also a brand new short on YouTube. There's one from like a week or so ago, and there's a reel on Instagram. If you are not following on there, you should go follow on those channels. And I would really appreciate it if you opened the YouTube video, the pizza dough shaping one, and let it play all the way through. having folks playing it all the way through within the first like 24 hours of it posting is big for like YouTube to consider whether or not it's worth showing other people. Liking it, same thing. Commenting, same thing. So I appreciate it. I don't usually ask for stuff. Like, I'm not a big like, hey, you know, subscribe to the channel. You could subscribe to YouTube though. It's literally free. It's literally free. It's literally free. So, you know, just go ahead. But I do appreciate it. I'm trying to do more like off stream. I'm trying to take some of the stuff that I do on stream and like repurpose it for like more longer form content. Also, I'm trying to have more of a presence, like a social presence. It's not just me talking on stream. Whatever. I'm not a very social person on the internet. I'm very social on live streaming. I'm not very social on like posting things on Instagram or anywhere because I don't care. Like I said, I have 9 years of the exact same Instagram post. Just okay. Enough about that. Now back to the show. We're gonna make this broccoli toast. First thing we're gonna do is get out a sheet pan. Sheet. Where's my other sheet pan? Oh fuck. Okay. First thing we're gonna do is we're gonna take this chicken and we're gonna put it in the fridge because that's where my other sheet pan is. My other sheet pan is. I'm like, where is it? V Black, thank you, welcome. Yeah, and that's the thing with YouTube is if the video basically it shows it to a small number of people. If a certain percentage of those people watch it and engage with it, it's like, okay, we'll show it to a few more people. And if they do that, then it shows it to more. And that's how when you things are like, oh, it's going viral, that's like literally what that means. Is like, oh, everyone who watches this watches the whole thing and engages with it, then it serves it to more people. That's literally what the algorithm is. It's like going viral. I am not expecting a video of me talking about pizza dough. That's not a viral video, right? But what YouTube will do is if people watch it, then it will say, oh, people watched this. They engaged with it. You know, they watched it all the way through. That must mean that they found value in it. So let's show it to a few more people. So it helps the chances that it gets better exposure. That's all. That's all it is. And so, you know, I'm asking y'all who are here to, you know, if you're sitting here watching me talk, just like let it play through. It's literally watching me talk from like months ago. It's kind of the same thing. Anyway, I will say all of this again because I've been told that I don't promote things enough and that I don't talk about other things like that and that I need to and it's valuable and all that. So I'm trying and I'm sorry and I'm not going to do that all the time. Savory Sailor says I saw a video of COVID. It was a viral video. Awful. Yeah, I appreciate it. And it really is like, I don't know. I did all the things you're supposed to do when you upload it, so we'll see. We'll see. It's one of those things that I think it's like, I hope, what I'd love it is if it just continued to like gain some like small number of views every day. That's the goal for stuff like that. Like tutorials and things like that. It's like, oh, if you can get it to, you know, a couple of views a day, that's usually pretty good. A video of someone shaping pizza dough is not going to go viral unless it like has some hook or some sort of like clever thing to it, which this one does not. It's just informative. And that was the goal. Okay, we have a sheet pan. That one's ready to go. We're gonna make toast number 2. That's a dick. Yeah, now that could work. Not what I'm going for, but you know. You beat me. Y'all are funny. Yeah, Velos, I'm also like not, you know, I'm not like showing I'm not showing skin. I'm not like doing anything salacious. It's just some like middle-aged dude in an onion shirt folding pizza dough. Like it's not exciting. Not exciting. I'm hoping that it's informative. That's the goal. It's still here. Thank you. All right, let's move some of this stuff. There we go. Okay, John, welcome. Middle-aged boys aren't the target demo. No. No, I mean, there's certain... Listen. There's certainly an audience for dad content. But that's not what that YouTube is really all about. Not gonna lie. This is toast number 2. Don't tell me it's just because I'm Asian. It's not. That has nothing to do with it. How do I slice this bread? This is a French. I've decided to use the larger like French style bread as opposed to the baguette. So I want to slice this like this, like this way, and then like this. Because then I should be able to get like half slices out of it. Yeah, I can kind of take the ends slightly off. Like that. Perfect. Stuck in the kitchen all day content. No, I get that. And like the reason fudge drawing, like I know I've said this before, but it's always worth repeating that like the reason I started streaming at all was to have company. Because I cook dinner. I've been cooking dinner for years in the same way that I'm doing right now. Like long before I started streaming, the kitchen counter looked exactly like this. Mainly because it's stone and like it doesn't really change all that much. That's not what I meant though. It is the difference between a decade ago and right now is that now I am like talking to people, which is really, really nice. And I appreciate that. Like I didn't start for any reason other than that. Well, I started because Gwen, my partner, was like, hey, I was like bugging her to sit down at the counter and like talk to me when she got home from work. And she was like, no, I want to play Fortnite. Why don't you talk to these people on the internet who might want to talk to you? And I was like, what do you mean? Hello, people on the internet. It's nice to have you. Matthew Netting, slicing a bowl is hell, especially for toast. This is thick too. Hello, welcome. Yeah, look at this thing. This is thick. This is going to take quite a bit of olive oil to like get this soaked to the sort of the level I want it to be. I want basically 5 slices out of here. Jamie, gosh, damn. I hope things went to your plan here. You know what's funny, Fudge Darling, is if I if Jamie had not been around for as long as Jamie has been around, I would be like, about that comment. But I know where it comes from. I mean that in a supportive way. No, and to be fair, I read it in a supportive way. You know why I read that? You know why I also took that in a supportive way? Not supportive me, but supportive Jamie. Because what that means to me is I know what that means. And it means to me that you have also known Jamie in this internet capacity for long enough to make that reference, which is really quite nice. I was explaining to someone yesterday that really genuinely, like, the value of a live streaming audience is longevity and relationships. It's not transactions. It has nothing to do with the, like, let me try to sell something and get like as many people as possible to buy it quickly. It has everything to do with, like, you know, talking to people regularly and having the same people around, fostering a community. Lord Velos on YouTube, welcome in. I was like, what? Who the hell is this with these emotes? What emotes are those? Those are YouTube emotes. That's funny. That is really funny. Earthtoast, welcome in. Welcome in. I was looking on your stream recently. I think it was, might have been Tuesday, might have been yesterday. It was within the past like couple days. But things are looking good. Things looking good. Super, thank you for the shout out. Fellow food and drink streamer. Earth Toast. There's got emoji. No, I'm gonna spam it. No, I believe you. I believe you. / I knew this to be true. How was Halloween? Halloween was actually quite nice. It was it was funny. I wanna how do I put this? It was interesting because it was the first Halloween that Calvin wanted to go out, and my son Calvin, he's 10, he's in 5th grade. It was the first year that he wanted to go out and like trick or treat with his friends. And when I say with his friends, I don't mean that I was going to let him go out and trick or treat on his own. That's not going to happen for another like year, 2 years or so. We live in the city. I'm not like interested in this. There's plenty of reasons that I don't want him like walking around on Halloween night with several other 5th graders in costume in the dark, seeking candy. Just not gonna happen. They need some sort of supervision. Anyway, no, they did go to the rich part of the city and trick or treat. Shockingly enough, rich people are cheap. And the candy there was the same candy that you could get in our neighborhood, and you had to walk farther to get it, and it was crowded as hell, and it was not worth it. It was not worth it. And I knew it too, and I told him that. I was like, look, and I was like, fine. I was like, we're gonna go, whatever. I'm walking with you. I'll walk with you. I don't care. Like, I'm literally just gonna follow you and your friends. I'm gonna follow behind y'all. I have zero. I'm not taking control. Y'all are in control of where you go. Anyway, we walked to like the rich neighborhood in the city and walked back, and it wasn't worth it at all. Zero full-size candy bars. Not a single one. We got one. He got one full-size Kit Kat, and it wasn't from that neighborhood. It was from our neighborhood. Because not as many people trick or treat in our neighborhood, so the people are more generous. Anyway, I did tell him all of this ahead of time. I was like, this is exactly how things are going to go. I was like, mark my words, this is exactly how trick or treating is going to go. And to his credit, we were walking back from there, and he was like, yeah, he was like, you were right. It was exactly what you said. And I was like, I know. But what we said was, we are going to either get a bunch of candy and like we're gonna focus. There's like one, you can pick one focus. Hang out with a bunch of your fifth grade friends who collectively y'all aren't going to be able to like make decisions and make plans, and you're going to end up getting like half the candy you would. Or you can focus on getting candy. You and me and your mother can just like walk around, rapid fire, hit as many houses as possible in our neighborhood, and you'll get as much candy as possible. He wanted to hang out with his friends. He had a great time, and he acknowledged that I was correct, which like good, in the sense of like what was going to happen if you trick or treat in a rich neighborhood. He wasn't super disappointed because he got to hang out with his friends, and like we prefaced it with that. Like that was the caveat. It was like, listen, you're going to hang out with your friends. And then that will be fun. It will be really fun to go around and like be with your friends that night. And it was, and he had a great time. So. Oh. Jamie, in the rain for 3 straight hours with kids. That's a damn good trick-or-treating situation. Lesson learned the hard way. I mean, again, it was like pick your priority and stick to it. And he did, and he had a good time. It was fun. I got my steps in. It was great. 15 pounds each fudge drawing. Holy shit, that's so much candy. Oh, that's so much candy. Earth, you hosted karaoke. That's super fun. That is super fun. Regular trick or treat, or sing a song of your choice for full-size candy bar. Now that is kind of amazing. His favorite stop for the tweens and teens, right? Because they're just focused on hanging out with their friends too, which is great. Not worth it to pass out candy. That, yeah. One of my friend Drew is like, he shuts the lights off. He's like, absolutely not. We're not even doing it. The most sang song was, I'm guessing that it was from K-pop Demon Hunters, and I'm guessing it was Golden. Was it Golden? It was from K-pop Demon Hunters. I know it. I know it. I feel it in my bones. Yes. Yes. See? Bro, but yo, seriously. Have you seen K-pop Demon Hunters? It's so good. It's so good. It's so good. Not at all embarrassed to say that. It's amazing. I've been listening to the soundtrack. I literally cannot wait to watch it again. It's so good. It really is. It really is. And y'all know, I'm like, I don't give a shit. I don't watch much. But when I enjoy something, I am going to enjoy it with my whole self. And it was definitely worth watching. Okay, we're gonna measure out. Remember when I was like, these toasts aren't gonna take that long? Yeah, they don't take that long if you shut up and do it. Which I'm not. Don't threaten me with a good time. We're gonna start with 10 tablespoons of olive oil. 10 times 1 tablespoon. 1 tablespoon is 15 milliliters. Oh, 10 is 150. Lou, you can do 10 times 15 in your head. I believe in you. Welcome to the Black Parade. California Girls clean version. Okay. That's super cool. I love that idea. So put your hands up. Now I'm like, wait, what is the regular version? Maybe a peppermint tea. Fellas. YouTube's funny. I don't know. Part of not having the view count on Twitch is also not having any view count anywhere. And it is funny because sometimes I'll look at the YouTube broadcast and be like, oh, there was a bunch of people watching. I'm like, no one was talking. People don't chat on YouTube, do they? I don't think so. I don't think people chat on YouTube. Like they do if you're like, I don't know. I've never encountered somebody who was like, I live stream on YouTube only. I've met lots of people who multi-stream. I think a lot of people multi-stream now. Earthtoast. I do think that. And the reason I started had absolutely nothing to do with developing a chat audience on YouTube. Absolutely nothing at all with that. VBot, tell me about premieres. What's your experience with premieres? YouTube really pushes the premieres thing, and I'm not completely positive like I get the value of it, but like you have to be present, right? Like you sit down, it's like, hey, we're gonna premiere this video at noon, and then like you go live on YouTube and like watch it with people, or you just like it's available and you're in the chat. What is the when you as a viewer get a notification and you're excited about a premiere, what does that mean to you? What is your expectation of the person whose channel it is? That they're going to be there? Like I'm not sure. Like this is like a very genuine question. I don't really know how they work. It's a good way to have your VODs recorded directly to YouTube. Ding ding, John, that's why I started. I was like, hey, instead of uploading these, I am just going to multi-stream directly to YouTube as well, and then they'll just be saved there, and then I don't have to go through the labor and effort of like putting them there / remembering to put them there at all. And that's literally why I started doing it. One topic, and the clip you stream on YouTube, and have lots of people watching and chatting. Super chats. You don't have to be present. Okay. Yeah, Jamie, I understood the value of the premiere was basically like everybody watches it at the same time. I'm chatting on YouTube, but you're not watching it. I thought I responded to it. What else did you say? The last thing you said was the peppermint tea, right? Am I missing? Did I miss something? V says you basically watch the video the first time, your audience talk about it during the watch. Clearpix does it with their travel videos. Chat basically reacts while they watch it for the first time. It's nice to watch it with the one who made the video and maybe ask questions. Okay. So would you suggest that the next like YouTube video I schedule it as a premiere, and then during like a live stream, would you suggest doing that during a live stream on Twitch so that I can like respond to folks on Twitch? Unless it's taking a while. It might be. It could be censoring too. If it was censoring you though, it would probably tell you that, right? I feel like it would tell you. Or I feel like it would just be like, your chat did not go through. Maybe it doesn't. Do people watch the VODs on YouTube? I have no idea. Very honestly, I started multi-streaming directly to YouTube for a couple reasons. One was just to have the VODs available at all if I wanted to go back and like make a video out of one of them. The other reason is that just basically for watch time and uploads. Because in order to monetize on YouTube at all, you have to have a certain metrics, right? And my thought was, okay, if I'm not going to make videos all the time for YouTube, like say one person watches on YouTube, or two, or maybe even three, right? Watches the live stream on a regular basis, that counts towards your watch time to becoming a monetized channel on YouTube. So if I'm not doing anything else at all in addition to streaming, I'm still getting watch time on YouTube. So that was my calculation, was like, look, it'll just help me get to the watch time. That's all. You can do it before you stream here and then go over to Twitch afterward, not during. But you might get more viewers with it because they get excited about the stream afterwards, so you can talk about the video in the stream then too. That's cool. Okay. I was not sure of the value of it. And if I'm going to be like super honest, I have been like trying to sort of start and do something at all on YouTube for a while, and it's just taken me, I don't have like I have to develop a workflow for like everything I do. And if I don't have a workflow for it, it's just not going to get done. And so like doing YouTube videos, right? Additional content, edited content, has not been something that I've really had like the capacity to do. But it's a lot of learning, right? It's like learning how to do anything. And I just didn't know how to do any of it. Now that I have something of a workflow for things, I am more inclined to do that. And what I was thinking with this particular video, so I uploaded a video on YouTube today. Please go watch it. Please go like it and subscribe to the channel and comment and let it play all the way through. That would be great. There's a link to do that in chat. I was thinking about doing the premiere and I was like, you know what? I can't do that because I'm already like hung up on trying to figure out like, I've already stalled on this long enough. Just fucking make it live and we'll figure out the premiere thing next. So thank you for mentioning it. I'm glad you like brought it up at all, because I was like, oh, I was like, I'm gonna watch some videos about what this means and if it's important, and maybe I should just not post this video. Right? Okay. We just put that into the oven. Let's set that for 10 minutes. 10 minutes. Okay. Thank you for sharing your opinion and debating and testing it out. If you are testing it out, here's a couple like logistical things I would tell you. One, are you streaming with OBS? I'm assuming you're streaming with OBS. I will wait for confirmation on that. Anyway, because what I have to say is basically like related to OBS Streamlabs. Okay. I don't know if it'll work. I'm using the AITUM, AITUM multi-stream plugin. The Stream Elements plugin may work. The Stream Elements has a really good multi-stream plugin. I love the AITUM, AITUM multi-stream plugin along with the AITUM vertical plugin. Those two, you have to have both. Those two plugins will allow you to stream to Twitch, YouTube. You can stream to Kick. Correct. That's the one. Kick, if you're on Kick. You can stream to Trovo, I think. I think you can stream to Facebook too. It is free. The multi-stream plugin is free. The vertical plugin is free. They're easy to install. They're super easy to install. They're really easy to set up too. So that's my pitch for those. Also, Exceldro is the one who is like working on those. He's like a well-known plugin guy within the ecosystem. So they're going to continue to get good support, good like super qualified support. So, Lavelos on YouTube says, "Did you hear about the guy who invented lifesavers? They say he made a mint." Okay, that's funny, and I do like that one. Uncommon, welcome in. Seems to be running 2 different live streams. That is also true. I am running a horizontal live stream on YouTube, and I'm running a vertical live stream on YouTube. So if you go to YouTube on your phone, you're seeing a different stream with a different chat. I don't know why they're not combined, but it's weird. But that is running through Atom. All of those streams. This stream and both YouTube streams are running through the Atom multi-stream plugin. So I full vouch on that. I was using the Stream Elements plugin for a while, and I don't love Stream Elements. I'm not gonna lie, y'all. I'm trying to get out of Stream Elements completely. It's hard. They're ubiquitous, and that's where all of my alerts are set up. Yeah, I'm definitely aware that there's two. You have to take setting up the streams to work. One vertical, one horizontal is two different processes. Atom also makes it easy to design your vertical plugin. There needs to be a camera that can do orientations at the same time. It definitely helps if you have that. For the vertical stream, so if you go on YouTube on your phone and you go to this account, there's a link to that in chat, and you click on the live stream, you will see a vertical version of the stream. I designed that completely separately. It's a completely separate scene collection in OBS. But Atom makes it really easy to okay, so this view right here with the multiple cameras, that looks different on the vertical stream, but I designed it myself. It's using all the same cameras. It is kind of interesting though. It's a bit weird. It's hard to wrap your head around at first. And Earthers, I will tell you, please, if you have if you go to set this up and you're man, I'm hitting a wall, reach out. Just DM me and ask me. I'm very happy to chat with you about it. I'm be very happy to hop on a Discord call and answer questions or any of that. Super happy to. We're not competing here. You're, I want you to get the most out of being able to stream too. So I think, I'm very happy to support whatever that looks like. Best way to do that is to send me a direct message in Discord or tag me in the Food and Drink Creator Club. Are you in the Food and Drink Creator Club? If you're not, there's a link to that in chat too. Please apply. You would get in, and there's a lot of great resources there too. Yeah, John, I'd be happy to chat. See, that's called paying it forward, because I have received plenty of help from other streamers who've given very generously of their time, helping me figure out all sorts of issues, mainly OBS issues. Ertos, thank you for this side. Thank you for the Prime sub. I appreciate you. I do. Sarah, may I see the toast? Yes, you may. You asked very nicely. These are the first versions. The second versions are in the oven right now. So I say second version. The second type of toasts are in the oven right now, and we need to get moving on those. Not gonna lie. Okay, so I think let's see how much broccoli this ends up being. The John, beloved John. What's funny? I was watching. I'm going through clips now, month by month, for a variety of different purposes. I was talking about short form content and YouTube stuff. So I'm going back through old clips, and fellas, thank you for hanging out on YouTube for a little bit. I was going back through old clips and going through the ones from the Eagles after the Eagles won the Super Bowl this year, and I think my favorite clip of the entire year is the one that's like grainy and it's all sports related too. It's the one that's like grainy and not exactly it's like buffering, and it's the guy who's like, "Are you live? Are you live?" And I was like, "Yeah, yeah." And he's like, "We beat the shit out of them Chiefs." It was like such a Philly thing. It was like he was just like so adamant. And he was like, "We beat the shit out of them Chiefs." And I was like, "All right, man." I could not, I was watching it this afternoon and I could not stop laughing. And honestly, I could not care less about football. I truly could not care less. I don't care about football at all. But that one was funny. That one was really funny. Urta says it's funny because I work in social media and digital content IRL, but I'm lazy with my stream. You really try to post more short form. No, okay, but seriously, can I tell you something? Like, I used to do that too. Like, basically it's a lifetime ago at this point. But I used to help run a creative agency that focused on social media content. So like building campaigns, influencer stuff, content calendars, all of that. Like, I started accounts for brands that are huge now that had no idea, and like we had to convince them to use fucking Instagram. And when I left that job, I just dropped off the internet entirely. I was like, I'm done with this. I'm so burnt out from it. I spend so much time thinking about it. I don't care anymore. I don't want to care. I don't even want to think about it. I deleted my Facebook page. I stopped posting on Instagram. I left Twitter. It was like a whole thing. So I feel you. If you have to think about that kind of stuff all day and then come home and like think about it for yourself, like forget it. Forget it. I am just now, a decade after leaving that job, getting the energy to consider doing like social media for my own damn self again. Full stop. I don't consider this Twitch thing social media. Like, it kind of is, but it's not really. Like, it is, but it's not in the sense of like it it's so much more long form and so much more like direct. This is more like TV production than social media. Is I guess how I would consider that. Okay, we're gonna check this toast. It's been in there for it's been in there for 10 minutes. I want this to be crispy and golden. Mainly crispy. The goal is texture, and in this sense, this is, that is not quite there yet. Okay, we're gonna give that. Let's give that like 2-3 more minutes. Oh, hold on. 3 more minutes. We're almost there. Elephant and Castle on Sunday of Cavalry in the CPL Championship. John, you know what? I've been watching a lot of the MLS, the Union, the Philadelphia Union, and I've been getting into it this year. I can get behind watching a soccer game. I'm not a sports fan, and I don't really care. But soccer's nice because it's super scheduled, and then you're just like, well, game's over. You sit down, you watch it straight through, it never stops, and then it's over. It agrees with me in that regard. Okay, we're going to chop this broccoli. So what do they want? What are they asking me for? Where's my recipe? I'm working on that. With this broccoli, we are okay, they want weight, number of crowns, and volume. Weight, number of crowns, and volume. I know that I'm probably going to want about 4 cups of this. So whatever that ends up being. What was my volume? I know they're not really equivalent, but let me consider what the volume was for this chicken. So I want 500 grams plus the onion was 680 plus 7, 8, 980, 1020. So what about 1,000 grams? What about 1,000 grams or so? Somewhere between 800 and 1,000 grams, I think is probably going to be the right volume for the amount of toast that I have. Producing the equivalent of an episode of Food Network every time I stream. It is a lot of work. And some people, you know, I don't generally go live unless I have like some semblance of a plan, or at least like a thought about what to do. I've never gone live and been like, what am I doing today? I've gone live and been like, I don't know what I'm doing today, but I am like making dinner from the refrigerator. Like that's the plan, you know? The plan is this thing. Now, whether or not that thing is defined fully, I don't know. Like today, I went live and was like, I know exactly what I'm doing. I'm making these 2 recipes and I'm taking notes on them, and then we're gonna go from there. How much does this broccoli crown weigh? 400 grams. Okay, so I might want 2 of these. Let's cut it up and see what the volume of this is. Okay, so that was 13 minutes for that side of toast. So far. Let's check this again. Now, I think that I have too much olive oil here because there's a bunch on this tray that is sort of hanging out. But let's see. Yeah. This sounds good. So we're going to flip this over. Number of crayons. Yeah, that is not what I said, but it you know, it is pretty close, and I was probably not articulating my words. So there's that. Perhaps it was like a little bit of learned Philly accent sneaking in. Beat the shit out of them Chiefs. I think I'm gonna make that my ringtone, honestly. It was so good. It's so good. I don't know what I want to do. I want to like, oh man, that clip was great. Calvin is up there just yelling at his friends playing Roblox. I kind of love it. He has friends that he games with regularly. All right. Man, I said there was oil left on that tray. It's gone now. The other side of these toasts absorbed it completely. Okay, these are only going to need about 3 to 4 minutes. I'm going to give them 3 and we'll take a look. We have an ad coming up, just so y'all are aware. It's going to be a 3-minute ad. It's only going to be on the Twitch platform, so if you are interested in not hearing an ad, you can go hop over and get on the YouTubes, and you will be able to continue hearing what I'm saying during that ad break. During that ad break, I am definitely and most certainly going to continue cutting up our Cookie Club entries. At the end of stream today, or roughly towards the end, we're going to do a Cookie Club drawing. The Cookie Club drawing is everyone who had an entry for the month of October, which was a decent number of people. We have 10 entries to pull. You do not have to be present to win. However, if you are present at the time of the drawing and your name is not picked in the drawing itself, we do one additional name. We pull additional names until we draw someone's name who is actively in chat in that moment. There have been lots of folks for whom that has happened. So just a heads up, we're going to be doing that, I would say probably sometime around 7 p.m. or so. So if you are hanging out in chat now and you're like, I gotta go, pop back in sometime, maybe around 7 p.m. and see where we're at. I do the Cookie Club drawing last. So if I'm still live and I'm not talking about rating, then the chances are we have not done the drawing yet. Just for reference, general reference. So that is sort of how that is going to work. We're going to do our Cookie Club drawing at the end of this stream. We're going to make cookies on Sunday of this week. The reason we're making the cookies on Sunday is that I am traveling through the second half of next week, not for a trip with a bunch of my friends. We're going to do a big trip prep stream on Monday. So we're going to make cookies on Sunday, send them Monday morning, big trip prep stream on Monday, and then I'm off for the rest of the week because Tuesday is therapy, haircut, PTA meeting, and packing things. So Tuesday's a really busy day. Anyway, we have 15 seconds left on that toast, so let's just wait for a second and see how that works. V, thank you for sharing the YouTube video on Blue Sky. I appreciate it. You know, I didn't even share it on Blue Sky yet because I wanted to like figure out how to format the post correctly, which I wasn't sure if I was there's like, Velos, enjoy your lurk, thank you. I wasn't sure. I know there's like ways to different ways to share things on there, and I wasn't positive if I was doing it right. Okay, I'm gonna give that one more minute. Just literally one more minute. Okay, so we did 10. How long on the first side? Did 10, 13 on the first side. Bread, 13. And then I did 3, 4, 5, 6 on the second side. So maybe I'll probably balance that out and just do like 14 and 5 or something. I don't love the numbers 13 and 6. Those are weird numbers. And it's probably super particular to how long my oven's been on, the type of bread that I have, the thickness of the bread that I have, and et cetera, et cetera. So I'll probably adjust it a little bit before we test this again. Okay, we're gonna pull that bread out of the oven momentarily, and I'm just moving things out of the way so I have a place for that to land. I'm gonna put this mug of chicken fat from earlier into the refrigerator where fat should go, and turn my timer off. I'm gonna get this toast out of the oven, and yeah, that looks good. This is what I want toast to look like. Golden brown, and hard. Right, where you can scrape it, and it sounds solid, like it sounds rough. That's the goal. Okay, we are going to take a quick break. Whoa! Wait, a hype train? I'm so out of it. It was a golden Kappa train? Is that a thing? I thought you had to be popular for that. I thought you had to have like lots and lots and lots of subs. Y'all, I swear, I'm a professional at this. I'm not. I'm literally just cooking in my kitchen. Thank you, one, for the...
Popular. You're gonna be popular.
Right. That's cool. I would have...
What? Oh no!
Oh no! I would have mentioned it if I'd have seen it. I need to like have something that says that on my screen like real big when there's a hype train. I've definitely missed it before. Y'all, thank you for a hype train. That's cool. We had a golden Kappa train. I didn't know that was a thing that I could have. and I didn't know it was happening at the time. I appreciate y'all. Thank you for putting up with my bullshit. I'm sorry that I ignore you sometimes. I just don't see things. It's not me ignoring. I just literally didn't see it. Maybe there should be a sound. Can someone just type that in the chat? Type the command stream dump and then just like hype train sound, and I'll know what that means, and I'll just add the sound of a train when it happens. So fun. Thank you. I was fooding at us. Yeah, I had no idea. Oh my god, I'm so embarrassed. The beeping of the timer. Mini Moon. It should be like a bunch of Discord notifications. That would definitely cause me to panic. Okay, we're gonna run a 3-minute ad here. We're gonna play a game of words in stream. We'll be right back. I'm gonna cut up these Cookie Club entries and think about what I've done. Okay, we'll be right back. Thank you for dealing with me. I appreciate that.
Hi. Welcome to another edition of Commercials I Hate.
Every once in a while, I'm just like, why am I like this? Like, why, what? How do I miss things like that? And then I remember that, like, I never see hug trains. I've done this multiple times, and I haven't learned. And I haven't changed, and things persist. When people raid the channel, I know when that happens. Can I finish cutting these in the time for this ad break? I don't think I can. Oh my god. I'm running an ad break at the moment and cutting Cookie Club entries, so I'm very focused on not cutting my fingers. There was a Golden Kappa train, and I didn't realize it. What? Golden Kappa train. It's like a hype train, just more special somehow. And like, if you participate in it, you get like special emotes and stuff. And I didn't realize it. And yeah, thanks, friend. I appreciate it. Gwen's response to that was, well, you suck. Which, like, valid in that sense. Okay. Oh my god. I'm very focused on cutting these entries. I'm not going to finish before the end of this ad break. I might finish before the end of the ad. No, I won't. I've still got more than... I think I've still got more than I can get through, but we're going to get most of the way there. Okay. Popular. You're gonna be popular. You'll hang with the right cohorts. You'll be good at sports. Oh, that's why we've got to know. So let's start, 'cause we've got an awful long way to go. Don't be offended by my frank analysis. Think of it as personality dialysis. Now that I've chosen to become a pal, sister advisor, there's nobody wiser. Not when it One's too popular. I know about popular. Anyway, hey, welcome back, y'all. If you're on Twitch, thank you for your patience during the ad break. I appreciate you. I understand that the ad breaks are not everyone's favorite thing, and they're not mine either. And we run them because the alternative is not running them, and everyone getting a pre-roll ad when they come into stream. So we will continue to run the ads, although I think that might be the last one of stream today. Congratulations on your achievement of a completed words on stream board. Sofa, Cyber, Jamie, Not Yeti, and Nats. Good job. And anyone else who participated but did not earn any points, I see you too. And I want you to know that your contribution was also valuable because it means that you contributed a word that was not there, and let everyone know that that word was not part of the board. Okay, I have decided that I'm going to finish cutting this last little piece of entry here because I'm in a flow. We were talking about workflow just a few minutes ago, maybe like an hour ago, and I am in the flow of cutting things right now, and I have just a few left to go, and pretty much by the time I finish having the thought that I'm having, we'll be done. So, you know, bear with me. We'll return to our previously scheduled programming momentarily. Hey, I just cut Head of Broccoli's name. Very appropriate for what's happening in this moment. All right. 4, 3, 2, 1. Done. All right, finished. Plus, we have some guaranteed cookie club entries this month, and we'll get to those in a few minutes. Do I have anything in the oven? No. No, I do not. Okay. Just looking in there. It's a little. I guess it's fine in there. Okay. So we have we need a weight, number of crowns, and volume. Weight, I don't know yet because what did I say? Somewhere between 800 and 1,000 grams seemed about right, but we'll see. I think it's mainly volume that I'm concerned about. So we're going to cut up these crowns, and I want them to be relatively small. Let me wash my hands here real quick. I'm like, every once in a while, when I'm in the kitchen, I'm just like, wait, have I done that in a while? Okay. So let's start, because you've got an awful long way to go. Don't be offended by my frank analysis. Think of it as personality dialysis. Okay. I'm sure that there's some sort of rule written down somewhere in some serve-safe manual, but I think my rule for washing my hands is like before touching food directly. And anytime I have the thought, when was the last time I washed my hands? It's time to wash my hands again. That's kind of Dana, welcome in. Happy November to you too. I hope you're having a good one. We're working on some recipes today. This is kind of a fun one. I say fun, like fun is relative. I don't know if it's really fun to watch, honestly, but we're trying. You wash your hands about 15 times during stream. That seems about accurate. I think if nothing else, I wash my hands probably at least once per hour, maybe. Yeah, the dog reflection in the fridge. She is on her way out. It's coming back in now. All right. We're cutting these up. So I'm using the I'm going to use the stems here too, because these are going to get cooked and then put underneath of a bunch of cheese. So I'm not really like not really concerned too much about cosmetics here, if I'm being honest. And with the florets, like the crown, these like floret parts are gonna fall apart a little bit as I'm cooking it, which will be good. I'm kind of banking on some of these really coming apart as they're like in the pan, because they need to have some viscosity to them. Like, this is a toast, right? And so things need to kind of stick onto the toast as opposed to falling off. And the cheese will help keep them on. But this, like this stuff here that I've got like on the counter, like these little pieces, right? This like little bit of broccoli, sort of like the little tips of the stuff that falls off, like that's going to be important to this, because when they cook, that's going to cook down a little bit and will provide the sort of glue. So I'm thinking of putting this in I'm gonna put this in the Dutch oven, and like I think I'm gonna crisp it up with a little bit of butter, and then I'll add some water to it to put sort of the final cook. Or maybe I'll do it the opposite direction. Maybe I'll no, I think we'll do it the opposite way. I think I'm gonna add water to this, let that cook off, and then add like a tablespoon or two of butter at the end, so that it's sort of, you know, kind of the liquid cooks off, and then we mash a little bit of it and then mix it in with the butter, and the butter sort of like gets in on everything, rather than the opposite direction. Because I think if I do it the other way and you do the butter first, the butter will end up sort of burning and browning, and then if I add water to it, it'll just kind of make everything a big sort of mess. So I think we'll cook it, basically like steam it a little bit first. Troy, welcome in. Broccoli and cheese are a great combo. They are a great combo. So this is a soup toast. This is like the third one now in a sort of series that is evolving of things that I've made as soups that were thick enough to put on top of toast. So this one is a like broccoli cheddar. And before I forget, I'm going to take a picture of this. I'm gonna wipe my lens first. Again, what do we know about taking pictures for people? Wipe your lens. Wipe your lens if you're taking pictures for yourself. If someone hands you their camera, wipe their lens too. And then take 10 pictures, not one. It's just the generous thing to do. If you wipe their lens and you take a bunch of pictures, they will be super thankful. I promise you. And the other thing that I love to do when someone's like, "Hey, can you take our picture?" is you're like, "Okay," and you take a bunch of pictures, right? And then you turn it around and you do like the selfie camera, and you take a picture of yourself. And then you hand their phone back to them. And they don't discover it. I mean, they might look at it right away. Usually they don't discover it until you've walked away, and it's kind of fun. It's kind of fun. Especially if they're cute. And you're like, hey. Anyway. Enough about that. Okay, that's a lot of broccoli so far. That's 1 crown of broccoli, and I kind of feel like that might be enough once we get to the end of cutting this up. Who's to say? Who's to say? Again, I hope you all had a lovely Halloween. Shout out for Dana's Kitchen as well. Dana's Kitchen, friend of the stream, fellow food and drink streamer, fellow food and drink creator club advisor. Generally nice person. Yeah. And specifically, not just gender. Okay, so we're breaking all of these up. I want these to be relatively small because I am putting them on a toast. Like they need to be small enough that they can sort of sneak in under a big sort of piece of cheddar cheese and not fall out. And also I want them to cook relatively easily and quickly. So this is about 4 cups worth, which is kind of wild. Like that's a lot. But I think this will be enough. If this isn't enough, I'm gonna make what I can out of it, and then we'll just add. I'll extrapolate from there. I'll make a sort of guess as to how much more I would need. Okay, but we're cutting the stalk now. So this is also something that I love, is being able to tell folks like, hey, you're not just using the florets. Like you can use the stalk here as well. Nellie Olson, I said hi earlier. We are doing our cookie club drawing tonight. We have not done that yet. That will probably happen about an hour from now. I'm aiming to do the cookie club drawing right around 7 p.m. Or so. Now you do have an entry in, at least one that I know of. You do not need to be present to win Cookie Club. So if you are not here and your name gets drawn in the first 10 names, I will reach out to you on Discord. Ideally Discord. If you're not in Discord or I don't see you in Discord, I will reach out to you as a Twitch whisper. Switch dominant hand. We can do that. I will now cut with my left hand. I will cut with my left hand. I will stir entirely left-handed, and I'll cut, stir, portion, and all other aspects of hand dominancy. And yeah, and we'll do that. I will also even write left-handed. How's that for switching? Floret snob. I kind of love that. My handwriting will not be any worse writing left-handed than it is right-handed and quickly. Okay, so this is let's see, broccoli is 395 grams. That is 14 ounces. And roughly a little more than 4 cups. One crown. All right. Arthur says, I love when people ask me to take pictures because I imagine someone looking at me and going, she looks like she takes good photos. Boost my ego. 100%. I'm with you 100% on that. I know exactly what you feel. I know exactly what you're talking about. That is like, yeah, and yes, because same. And frankly, because when I am looking for someone else to take my photo, that's what I'm looking for. I'm looking for, you know, who do I see going by me that looks capable, stylish, whatever. And, you know, can I like ask them, and can I ask them to do that? I've definitely done that before, and I appreciate when I'm rewarded in that scenario. And like, no offense, I generally, there's like certain people that I just won't ask. I'm like, I will rather do this than ask that person to take my photo. Most people don't know that I take them with a bigger camera. Right? Yeah, and like, you know, I try to like tell people if someone asks me to take their photo, I'm like, yeah, I'm gonna take 10. Like, give me a smile, okay. Like, give me a smile. Give me a second pose. Okay, I'm gonna take one. I'm gonna take a couple vertically now. Like, I narrate what I'm doing, so that they're not like, what is this clown up to? Okay, so we have that. Let's do. Okay, so here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna do Dutch oven. I think I want to do, let's start with, what are these soup packets? What is the recipe for these? Soup directions. 4 cups of liquid for soup. Burgers, oven roasted potatoes. The potatoes, okay, so the potatoes, oven roasted potatoes are like more kind of in line with what I'm looking for. 1/3 of a cup of olive oil. Okay, so they're adding the oil here. So let's get a packet out. I'm not going to put 4 cups of water in there. I'm going to start with 1/2 a cup. Half a cup of water, oil with broth. Oil with broth. So we're gonna do just like a thyme in there. I do need to add some salt to this. Let's add a teaspoon of salt. Yeah, we'll start with 1 teaspoon. 1 teaspoon salt. Okay. Horizontal, Troy. Yeah, I'll do horizontal for groups. And if it makes sense, I'll take like a big step back and do a vertical, but If it's just like one or two people, I always do a mix of both because I don't know what they're using them for. You know, if they're using them for Facebook, then if they're using them for Facebook, then they're probably not asking anyone to take their photo. But, you know, if they're using them for like Instagram, it doesn't really matter. I don't know. Jamie says, what flavor is that? This is the Soup Secrets onion soup. So this is the one that you would make like onion dip with, right? Sour cream and a pack of that onion soup would be like the classic onion dip. Okay, let's also add, we're gonna do two tablespoons of butter at the end of this. Okay, let's come over to the stove and we're going to get started on this one. So the process here is going to be really pretty quick. I'm going to preheat the Dutch oven on medium high. I'm adding half a cup of water. Medium. Medium high. Half a cup of water. We're going to add the broccoli. We're going to add a teaspoon of salt. And a teaspoon of black pepper. I'm going to stir this in. And this water is going to boil. Oh, let me take a picture of that's in the pot here. Picture in the pot. Okay. Oh, that was kind of meta, wasn't it? Yeah, and the goal is here, just boil the water to steam this broccoli till it cooks and is soft. Now I may want to add a little more to this. I'm actually going to turn this up to high because I want this to kind of rip in terms of boiling. I don't want it to, yeah, I want this to like get hot in a hurry and boil this off within like 2-3 minutes or so. The reason that I am not using like a steamer basket here is is that I want there to be some level of like browning on the broccoli, if possible. All right, good luck with trivia tonight. Hope you all do well. Oh shit, I didn't start a timer. Okay, hold on. This has been in here for about a minute so far, so we'll just remember to add a minute to this. Let me take a piece of this and how's that for seasoning? All right, it's pretty good. Okay, so this is now starting. This is starting to boil. So I'm going to cover that back up. And I think I'm gonna, speaking of covering, I think I'm gonna cover this up. I'm gonna let this cook for, I'm gonna let this cook just like that for 2 minutes. Without disturbing it. Without disturbing it. Selfie, welcome in. Good to see you. All right. While that's happening, let's put a few things away. We are finished with this. This can go in the bag. I did just now set a timer. I set a count up timer, but I set a timer for 2 minutes also. What I'll probably do in a version of this recipe is all for putting the water in the pan. Yeah, that is boiling away. Putting the water in the pan and then letting it, covering it and letting it come to a boil and simmer, and probably give it like 4 minutes at all. Like 4 minutes covered on high. We didn't start the timer. Oh yeah. That is I see it. I see it. Jamie, how's Daisy doing? Daisy's all right. She's getting she's up there, you know, in terms of her age. She's very deaf. She's very insistent. She needs to go outside constantly. Gwen has let her out no less than 5 times during this stream. 5. And she's gone outside and peed every single one of those times. So when we're not home, pee. Which is frustrating. Okay, that was 2 minutes. Let's check. I should have let that drip back into the pot. Close enough. Okay. Yep, still a little bit of water in there. We're very green, which is nice. That's what I want. It's definitely what I'm looking for. Yeah, 2 13-year-old dogs. Yeah, she is 13. She just turned 13. One more minute. Ooh. Give that another minute. Oh wait. There we are. I'm just going to go minute by minute with this thing now. There's still a little bit of water in the bottom. Now I want that to mostly evaporate. I'm going to add more when I add the soup packet in, and we may add 2 soup packets. We'll see. I do need to add a little bit of liquid in there because it will hydrate. It needs to hydrate the onions in it. So that was almost there. I do love the idea that the broccoli will be bright green. Because that's fun. And it makes it like a little nicer. Okay, that's another minute gone by. We'll check this again. Let that drip in. Now I still have my count up timer happening. So we have like a running total of how much time this has been on here. But this is looking nice and green, very bright. Let's check. I'm going to check this again. Jamie, thank you for tabbing up on both of those. I appreciate you. Okay, one more minute. Putting the lid on it and kind of letting it bathe in the steam is the goal here. Doing this with the lid off, all that would just be evaporating. So what I'm trying not to do is overwhelm. I don't want this to be waterlogged in the end. Or just enjoy the rest of your Thursday. Safe travels. Safe travels getting home. Happy Friday, Junior. Happy Friday ahead. We'll be live again on Sunday. We'll be live again on Sunday at noon. Noon. Why did I say it like that? That was weird. We live at noon on Sunday. Roughly. Maybe 1 p.m. But you know me. I'll be live on Sunday. We'll be live most of the afternoon. All afternoon. Into the evening. We'll be live until after it's dark. That I can be sure of. Okay. Whoop. Hold on. Hopefully we didn't just steam the camera into oblivion. All right, so this is looking great. We're definitely there. We're cooked. We're cooked. Okay, so here's what we're going to do. That was 6 minutes. I'm going to, whoa, look at that. I'm going to add this butter in now. We're going to let that melt out. We'll let that melt out. I'm going to stir. Melt the butter in. See now this here, there's no more liquid left in the bottom. That is the goal. What I want to do now is melt this butter in. And then we're going to add a soup packet into this. I'm going to add 1 packet and see what that's like. 1 packet and probably another half cup of liquid. Maybe let's start with a 1/4 cup actually and see where that gets us. Okay, butter is melted. I'm gonna stir a soup packet in. And a 1/4 cup. Let's just do a 1/4 cup of liquid. Now that should boil out really pretty quickly here. And you know, this broccoli really reduced down. I should have doubled this. I should have definitely doubled the amount here. Because this is good. This is like the consistency that I want it to be, but it is small. This is enough to make half a tray of toast, which is fine. I just quite literally need to double the amount of broccoli, and that's good to know. Okay, we're good here. See, now this is like the consistency that I wanted. It's got chunks and it has little bits in it. I'm going to add just another splash of water in here. Like quite literally a splash, not even enough to really like measure. What I would probably say is like stir in the soup and then a 1/4 cup plus 1 tablespoon of water. Stir for 1 to 2 minutes until the onions have softened and then remove from the heat. And now we will remove from the heat because we are ready to top this toast. Darlene, thank you. Fellas, welcome back. All right, ready to top here. Yeah, this is not enough broccoli to cover the toasts that I have. Like, not even a little bit. So, we're going to cover what we have. Then I'm going to remove the rest of the toasts from the tray so I don't burn them. And see how much is left. Did I take a picture of these? I didn't. I did. I think I did. Okay. Taking the photos helps me remember how much, like what things looked like, what the volume was. So if I can get about half of these topped, and maybe a third of a cup is too much here? I don't think so, though. I mean, maybe some of these will take a lot less. So we're working it through. We're working it through. If I don't have enough here, I'm making the large ones first. That's what we're doing. Doing the large ones first, because those are the ones that are going to look nicer for a photo. Yeah, I could absolutely have doubled the amount of broccoli in here. Like, this reduced honestly a shocking amount. I was not prepared for how much less broccoli there was. And that's a thing that I'll note when writing this recipe, when like writing the notes for this. I will note, this seems like a ton of broccoli. It's not. It's not. Okay, but before I forget here, plus 2 tablespoons of butter. Melt 1 packet, 1/4. Let's just say, you know what? Let's say a third a cup of water. That's stir until sticky. So I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 toasts, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 6.5 left. Have you been having trouble uploading live streams on YouTube? Darling, I have not uploaded any live streams on YouTube. I stream directly to YouTube, and that's it. I don't do anything outside of that. I don't upload. Yeah, I don't upload there. I did upload today a video, but that was like a specific video that I've made for YouTube. It wasn't the live stream. I haven't been having trouble streaming to YouTube. I was unaware that the vertical broadcast was not working because I didn't like do it the right way. I know that it's working now, today specifically. But no, I haven't been having trouble uploading, doing any live streaming stuff there. The only reason that the vertical stuff wasn't working because that was me not doing it correctly. Not setting it up correctly. It was not anything having to do with YouTube. Broccoli is behaving like spinach so far. That is, God, that's accurate. You know what? I didn't taste this. Fuck yeah. Hell yeah. That was a genuine reaction. That is really good. That is really good. And the level of effort to make that is really low. Minus, cutting up all of the broccoli. Wash your hands, Lou. Okay, brain, you got it. Okay, for this one, I am going to, because the oven is on, and because the oven is hot already, things are going to melt really quickly. So I'm going to do the broil only method this time, and see how that turns out. See if that is good. Darlene on YouTube, have you heard otherwise? Are people or like other folks that you're following or aware of having issues with their YouTube uploads? I have not been, but again, I don't upload. I don't take my live streams from Twitch and upload them to YouTube. I either stream directly to YouTube or it just doesn't go there. Like, once the stream is over, I'm not doing anything with it other than clipping it, which I do that. Okay, so 1, 2, 3. Daisy's here. Daisy is here. Take a photo of this without, with trees on some of them and not others. Yeah. I am not plugged into like the YouTube stuff, really. Trying to be. Trying to be. All right. And as I said to the person at the deli counter in Reading Terminal, throw some extra cheese in there for a little treat. Because that's how it works. It won't save. Interesting. I would... Are you looking for advice? Or is this something that you'd like, you're familiar with? Phoenix, welcome. Good evening. Okay. I'm putting some things away as we like come into landing here. How's the cheese? It's actually very good. I had a funny moment with the person at the deli counter. I was like, do y'all have sharp cheddar? Because it just said like mild cheddar on the all I could see was mild cheddar. And the guy was like, they were like, nah, fall apart if you slice that. We don't offer that. And I was like, okay, cool. It was just funny. I know what they meant. They meant like they don't put it in deli slices. Like, okay, these are ready to go. We're gonna pop these in the oven now. Not entirely wrong. No, they're not wrong. Like, they're not wrong at all. They would fall apart. Sharp cheese is dry. These are ready to go. Darlene on YouTube, I would go back and check all my settings and just make sure, because sometimes when they do product updates and it like changes things, like it might, there's probably I bet you there's a setting that says like, you know, or rather I know that there's a setting on YouTube that says, that asks that you can say whether or not you want to save your live streams. And that might have gotten turned off for you. I mean, hopefully not, but you know. Okay, we're gonna pop that in the oven. I'm gonna turn the broiler on. And we are going to set a timer. Let's set a timer for 3 minutes. Actually, I'm going to set a timer for 2 minutes also. And once that broiler comes on, yeah, like that cheddar is literally already melting. let's turn the broiler on. Okay, broiler's on, timer go. Okay, literally the last step in today's recipe development, broiling that for like 2 to 3 minutes. Okay, now we have a couple things left today. We gotta take that out of the oven and make our final notes, take a photo, taste it, and see how it is. Well, I should say, we're gonna take it out of the oven, we're gonna take a photo of it, we're gonna taste it, see how it is, then we're gonna make our final notes. In that order. When that happens, so once that is done, I'm gonna put this other tray of toasts back in the oven. I'm going to turn the oven off. I'm going to put that tray in the oven so that it warms again, because it's been out of the oven for long enough that it is no longer warm. It is now at room temperature. Toast. I'm glad to hear that you did get a response. I know it's hard to get responses from like big companies for anything, so good luck with it. I have not streamed on YouTube. It's not true. I streamed the other day. And that's saved. I'm curious what happens with the vertical streams. Okay, we're going to turn the ad stuff off. If you're here now, don't leave, because then when you come back, you'll get an ad. Because I just turned ads off. I don't want to do any more scheduled ad runs today. I'm done with that. Okay. Did I miss why the captions aren't working? Jamie, you didn't. They've been weird today. They've been on and off. I'm turning them off and turning them back on now. And now they show that I did see just there that they were not working a moment ago, and now it shows that they are. So maybe that will change for you too. They were not working they were working earlier, and then for some folks they weren't working. I don't know why. If it persists next time, they were not working for Megan 8 earlier, and they refreshed, and I believe they started working then. So I don't know, maybe refresh and see if that works. I can see from my end that OBS is generating the captions and sending them. Now I'm using an updated version of the plugin, and I updated OBS, so that it really doesn't mean anything. What it means is I may need to get a different closed caption plugin. That's what that means. Okay. We are at 3.5 minutes here in the oven in broil, and these are just about right. About 4 minutes will be perfect. I don't know. Yeah, I use the Google closed caption plugin. It's not from Google, but it sends to Google. So several things have to be like functional for it to work. Twitch has to be able to, OBS has to generate them. Twitch has to be able to, Google has to be able to translate them, and Twitch has to be able to consume them. And sometimes one of those things isn't working. I don't know which one is not working in this moment. I would love to get a different closed captioner though, because today you're not the first person to say that they're not working today. So there's that. Okay, these are done. Done. Oh my god, they look gorgeous. Oh my god, they look gorgeous. Look at these, y'all. Hold on, we're gonna put this. Holy shit, this tray is hot. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Okay. Here, come look at these. Again with the toasts. He's on his bullshit with these toasts again, isn't he? Yes, he is. Okay. Yeah, but like this is what I'm talking about with the browning, right? How I want there to be browning. Like this one doesn't have as much. That one right there doesn't have as much. But like this one is really, really nice. This one right here. Okay, so let's take a photo of these all together on the tray. Group picture. Group picture. Then we'll put some on a plate and let them cool for like a minute. And then we'll take a photo on the plate and then a photo on the, then we'll cut one open, get a cross section, take a picture of that. I'll show you the cross section. We're going to do what we did before with the last ones with these. Capiche? This one. Woo! Woo! Yeah. Ah. Great. Oh, shit. Well, they're not as stuck to this one as they were to the last one. Actually, they kind of are. They're stuck to the cheese. The cheese is really holding them on. But when you turn them upside down, they do tend to fall off. When you turn me upside down, things tend to fall off too. I grew up. Hello. Yeah, oops indeed. Oops indeed. This one looks a little not good anymore. So let's. Sorry, bud. You missed your chance at glamour. Okay. The cheese is all folded over and wonky on that one now, so we're gonna switch it up. Okay. Photo. I think the last toasts, the photo I took of the last toasts, it was light out. Turn this one around so I can see the side of it. I have a good cross section of one and then the side of another. There we go. That's better. Okay, let's get our let's get a cutting board for this one, and we'll give this one. We'll cut one of these in half and get a cross section view. It's kind of. To get a little cross section view, you really have to be like very gentle, so you're not pressing into the thing. Oh hell yeah, that looks beautiful. Check this out. Yo, we're gonna do toast on stream. Here we go. Here's a good cross section of this one. That, see, right in here where it, oh, fuck, where's that camera? There it is. Where it meets, right? That didn't soak in at all. That's just sitting right on top of there. So I have a nice little like toast, golden, sort of warm, golden toast, crunchy on the bottom, still crunchy on the top underneath of this. And then this is like soft broccoli, onion, seasonings, and then a cheddar cheese top. So that's looking right, as they say. Yeah, Jamie, I know, right? I think a chili one would be bomb too. And listen, can I tell you all a secret about how I pitch all this stuff? I've pitched some things that they've accepted multiple times. I just keep changing the descriptions of it and changing the name and description of the thing based on what prompts I get from my editor for whatever they're looking for in that moment. So, for example, the soupy toast thing that I'm like, I know this is good because I've made it for myself multiple times and it's great. I pitched that. They didn't accept that until the third time I pitched it. And the third time I pitched it was when I called it soupy toast. I gave it a funny name. And they were like, oh, what's that about? When you call it kale and white bean bread, or kale and white bean toast, it doesn't really have the same sort of ring to it. Right? And now, like, my editor emailed me and was like, hey, that one did really well. People really liked it. I really liked it. Will you pitch us some more of those? Yeah. Yes. Yes. And the next time they ask for that, here comes the chili toast again with a different name. We're going to call it, what do we call it? Spicy red something. I don't know. Softy asked, did you butter the toast to seal it? No. What I do with the toast is I put it on a sheet pan. So the sheet pan that it's on, basically I cook it. I spread olive oil on it. So before it gets topped, it looks like this. It's like crunchy. So think like what you would do if you were making garlic bread, right? Where you like spread a bunch of oil and garlic on it. That, but just oil. I bake it in a 400-degree oven for like 10 plus minutes. Flip it, bake it for like 5+ minutes more. Pull it out, and then top it. And that creates like a seal where it then has like the liquid on top doesn't really sink in. Comfort chili toast. Chapstick queen. I like that. Holy shit. This is pretty good. The onion soup is good. I need to dial back the amount of salt that I put in at the beginning. It was really good. And it's a little, just a touch on the too salty side for me. It's not too salty. Generally, I actually like it quite a bit. But I'm thinking, I think it might be a little, the onion might come through a little better if there was less salt on the up front. That's all. It's not too much. It's that the salt is like is a little overpowering from the salt that I put in at the beginning is overpowering the onion a little, just a tiny little bit. Cheesy chili comfort toast. That's how I'm going to leave myself notes from now on. That's just like that little stream dump command. Oof. Love it. The stream dump channel is just going to be like filled with nonsense. Filled with nonsense. It only works when the stream is live. Just FYI. So if you come into chat on like a time when I'm not live and try to put stuff in the stream dump channel, it's not going to work because it requires the bot to be on. Just FYI. Anyway. I see you. You do not, I have a step in here that says smash broccoli with a fork. You do not need to do that. Okay. What do I want to do this? What do I say here? I really want to do 2 crowns worth of broccoli. So that's going to be about 700 grams. And 28 ounces. I'm doubling it. I want to double, about double the amount of broccoli I need. Jamie is asking for advice. Jamie says, I need suggestions. What do you all do when you feel a cold coming on? I already took zinc. Upscaled garlic toast. Ooh, Phoenix. I like the word upscaled too. Why is the bot doubling all of the messages today? The bot is going wild. Jamie, what do I do when I feel a cold coming on? 1, I do take a zinc or something like that. I have a pretty, like, you will be absolutely shocked to learn that I have a process. And usually I can avert it. I do take like a cold ease or something like that. I immediately take a packet of emergency, and then I take another one like 6 hours later. I just completely bomb my system with vitamin C. I drink a hot tea, any kind of hot tea, doesn't matter. Non-caffeinated herbal tea. And like a liter of water, like as much water as I could stomach. I do a neti pot, then a hot shower, and then I go to bed immediately. And I sleep as long as I can. And then I repeat that like every 12 hours. And sometimes I still feel like shit. So, you know, your mileage may vary. A toast to broccoli cheddar. Ooh. Is that like a walk to remember with Mandy Moore? Chapstick Queen. I like that too. I do like that idea. I'm like writing some of these things down. All great tips. I love, honestly, for me, I love a neti pot. Chapstick Queen, that is a really wonderful idea. Like, really, genuinely, that is a creative and clever and immediately recognizable idea that is a very fun play on a very understandable statement. That is like chef's kiss marketing nomenclature. Stuff like that I love. I love, like, because it really is, it's like things that you know taste good, right? Like, you have to convince someone else with a title and 2 sentences to pay you to write that thing. And so yeah, like, I keep a whole spreadsheet of ideas. Everything I've ever pitched, every sentence that I've ever written in a pitch form, I have, and I keep track of. And I'm just like, what worked, and specifically what didn't work. How many times have I pitched this idea? When was the last time I pitched this idea? What was the last thing I said about this? And who did I send it to? Tea with extra honey, Phoenix. Yes. I just hydration, and, like, for me, like, this is super gross, but, like, flooding your sinuses is the answer for me. Like, the neti pot, like, multiple times a day. God, I love a neti pot. I fucking love a neti pot so much. Is that gross? Is that gross to admit? I don't care. It's gross to do. It's how it goes. Oh yeah. Cyber, yes. Boiled or distilled water? I boil it. Jimmy, it's a weird feeling. I understand why you'd be scared to do it, or why you'd be, like, apprehensive about it. It's a strange feeling, and there's, like, a certain angle you have to do, and if you, like, breathe the wrong way, it gets in your inner ear, and then it's like, well, shit. Less salt. Half teaspoon. What other notes did I have about this? Been kind of stressed, but thank you for and okay, you're welcome. You're welcome. I mean it. And I appreciate that feedback. That is something that is, like, genuinely helpful for me. And I love the multi-purposeness of it. Because it's like, yeah, if they want a series about it, like, there you go. I just want to call it a walk to remember with Mandy Moore. That's what I want to do. Yeah, Lil Mac, the crunchiness of these toasts are probably one of my favorite parts. Oh, Lord. Why did I put that whole thing in my mouth? That was embarrassing. A whole toast. Okay. I'm gonna put these back in the oven. I'm not hungry at all. I'm not hungry at all anymore. I don't need dinner. Southwestern Sloppy Joes. I like the idea of, like, regional, calling things regional stuff. My head just keeps coming back to cream chip beef, and how my mom and a lot of folks just used to call it shit on a shingle. And I was like, I guess we can't use that anymore. That doesn't sound very appealing. All right. Well, today was, as far as recipe dev goes, today was very successful. I needed to get through these recipes today, and I did, and I'm glad I did. And I'm glad I had like enough time to do that. I've been live for 6.5 hours now on Twitch, about 6 hours on YouTube. So this was really productive and great. We had a good end result for the chicken toasts, good end result for the broccoli toasts. I have a bunch of toasted bread left over because I didn't have enough broccoli filling, but that's okay. I also know that now I know that I need to like double the amount of broccoli. It really is like spinach in this use case. It was just like, hey, just kidding, like we're gonna decrease by half in volume. Lol. The other thing about these toasts that I love in particular is that they freeze. They freeze really well. So that is great. I could pop these on a sheet pan in the freezer and they would be good. They'll be good. You can just heat them back up in the oven. They take, because they're toast, I mean, they take like not even 10, like they take 10 minutes in the oven at 350. So they're super easy. And I will test these again. When am I going to test these again? Shit. I don't know when I'm going to test these again. I might not test these on stream. I might test these again on like Tuesday. I am not. Anyway, we'll get to the schedule in a few minutes. Here's what we did today. So these are the chicken pot pie toasts. They are. What are these? Hold on. These are chicken pot pie toasts. Let's say what they have in them. These have they're Italian bread. They have onion, chicken, frozen peas and carrots, celery salt, a gravy packet, 2 gravy packets, and they're topped with cheddar cheese. These are broccoli cheddar toasts. They have French bread, broccoli, onion soup, an onion soup packet, and cheddar cheese. And that's it. Roughly, these should take, start to finish, these should take about 30 minutes. If you were like following a recipe, which it will be the next time I make them. Both of these, you would do the toast in the oven at the same time that you're doing the filling on the stove. By the time the toast is done, the filling would be finished as well. Dan, welcome in. Dan, hold on. All right, Cyber, 1, 2. I want to check something. Hold on, we got 1. Nobody say anything. Hold on, we got 1, 2, 3. Check in. All right, this is Dan's chat right there. Okay, good. Got it. See, Dan, what I want to do, I was waiting. Dan, I was waiting for you today. And I don't mean to be like creepy and weird about that, but I was literally, it was like, when Dan checks in, I have to take a screenshot of the the details that are past. Yes, you can, Cyber. Sorry, I didn't mean to be like, don't say anything. I mean, I did in fact say that, but copy as text table. Okay, what if I do that and then paste? Beautiful. Okay, perfect. Dan, you know how when someone, if you're like triaging a tech issue, you can be like, you're like, you gotta get the thing. You gotta like get the source code from the thing. Well, in the bot, it gives me basically every time anyone does anything at all, literally anything at all in chat, the bot records a whole bunch of details about it. And when that happens, I can take those details and save them, and then I can look through them for like what the bot is actually seeing and understand why that thing is happening. So, sorry, I didn't mean to cause a panic there. But the bot, since that check-in, there have been 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 things that the bot is tracked. So like things get buried really quickly. Anyway, I now have basically all of the detail I need to understand why that's happening. So that's super valuable to me because I dug into it today too. I was like, why is this happening? It's so weird. Anyway, sorry, Dan, I didn't mean to like put all the attention on you. It's nice to see you and welcome, and I hope you're having a really good Thursday. Okay, but we're good here. Here's what's gonna happen next. I'm gonna put these in the oven because then they will just stay warm. The oven is off now, but it's hot. It's been hot. It's been hot all afternoon, so they'll get hot in there. They'll warm back up, and then we'll eat them for dinner pretty shortly here. Sorry, my foot panels are coming apart. There we go. Couldn't remember if I caught it. And sometimes we get double check-ins on the stream because whenever stream crashes, we all get to check in again. Maybe 204 is 20 with an extra digit. Phoenix, that might be true. However, it happened at 201, 202, and 203. I don't know why. I genuinely don't know why. But I do know that somewhere in the detail that I just exported from the bot is the answer, because I just captured every single thing that the bot sees when someone chats. It captures a lot. Yeah, exactly. And that might be it. And I will know that. I just can't see it. I can't see it in the command line. It could be. I have no idea. But we'll know. I will know. I promise you. And I will listen. Here's what's going to happen. If I can't figure it out, I'm going to send the code that runs that check-in counter. I'm going to send the code file, and I'm going to send the detail of that check-in to the streamer bot Discord, where people far smarter than me are going to be like, there's your problem right there. Yeah, when it's 210. There could be. We could just wait. No. And that's the thing, is it's not happening for everyone. There are other people who are also in the 200s. It's literally for one person's thing. And it's got to be something that's saved in the... It has to be something that it's saving with that specific user account. And it might be something where it's some reference number that's like buried in the thing. I honestly, like, I have zero idea. Like, the bot and this is not just this bot, it's every bot, tracks things like the color of your username, how many badges you have available on Twitch, not just the ones that are displayed, but how many you have available, how many months someone subscribed, whether they're a returning chatter or not, the raw input of their message, how many characters the message has, how many spaces the message has. Each individual word of that message is on its own separate line. No idea. No idea. But we'll figure it out. Oh, we'll figure it out. Okay. We're going to do our cookie club drawing. Okay? It is time. Or it's about to be time. It's about to be time. Okay. Sorry, I'm looking for something here. Did I do? I'm sorry, I'm talking to myself. We're gonna do our cookie club drawing, I promise you. Steak pies! So fun. It sounds really good. I don't think I've ever had a steak pie. I would eat a steak pie. Like, for sure. For sure. Okay. All right. We're going to do a cookie club drawing. Let's put the details in chat. If you're not familiar, Cookie Club is our monthly giveaway where we collect entries all month for the drawing. We do a drawing at the very beginning of the month, usually the first stream of the month. We do the cookie making shortly after that. There are, hold on, free entries. We have to do one tree, 2 entries, additional, two, and then wait, earn guaranteed rewards. Sorry, there's paid, gifted, plus recurrence. Okay. Sorry. Okay. Cookie Club is our monthly drawing. We collect entries all month, and at the beginning of the month, we take the entries from the previous month. I cut them up, I put them in a bowl, and then I draw them out. We do 10 entries. You do not have to be present to win. Then we do 1 additional entry out of the bowl that is for someone who is in chat right now. So if you're hearing me and you're lurking, whatever it is you're doing, if you have a Cookie Club entry this month, just be aware that I will be calling your names, and then if I call your name, you're gonna have 10 or so seconds to respond before we just move to the next name. We're gonna do that one last at the end of the actual drawing. There is a link to information for Cookie Club in chat right now. It takes you to the website where all of the ways that you can enter are listed. There's a bunch of ways to enter. There's paid ways to enter. If you subscribe, that's an entry. If you're a recurring subscriber, that is another entry. If you gift a sub, every sub that you gift is an entry. Every 500 bits is an entry. Every direct donation of $5 is 2 entries. 2 entries. You get 1 entry for every $5 you spend on merch in the merch shop. So lots of ways to pay to enter. There's lots of ways to enter. There's even more ways to enter for free. Every time you check in for the 20th time, every multiple of 20 check-ins, that's an entry. There's a channel point redemption down below here. You can redeem that 3 times per month. So if you're like, hey, I haven't done that yet, you can hit your entries right now. You can do all 3 of them at once, get them out of the way. If you enter more than 3 times with the channel points, I will refund your points for every time. So you don't even need to keep track of that. You can just enter a bunch. Every time you create a clip, I mean 5K bits. No, I mean 500. Every 500 bits is an entry. 500 bits is worth $5. So basically, entries are basically $5. 5K bits would be 10 entries. Actually, we should make bits the same as direct donations, because I get bits the same as I get direct donations. So we're actually gonna do that. I'm gonna change that. You can recruit a raid. So you're in another channel, you tell them, hey, go raid Eat at Dad's. He's live right now, and you should bring a community there, and they do. You have to tell me that you did that, though. I don't know that you did that. I'm not going to go back and watch and scroll through chat to see if that happened. You can recruit a friend. If someone comes into chat and says, hey, Fudge Darling sent me, they said I'd really like the stream. I'm here. How are you? What's your vibe? Whatever. I will write that down. You can raid the stream yourself. If you're a streamer and you raid this stream, that's an entry. Every time you raid, that's an entry. You can level up in Discord. Discord is, if you chat enough or post enough in Discord, you post photos of food, you chat with other people in the community, whatever, you get entries that way. You can, there's a new method. This is new. I haven't mentioned this on stream before. This one's new. Right now, it's set at, the number is set at 500. I may change that depending on how long it takes the first person to hit it, and whether or not they've just spammed the shit out of it. But we're going to start measuring chats. So just number of chats. If you participate in chat, you use sound commands, you participate in words on stream, every 500 chat messages, that's a Cookie Club entry. That is a new metric. We're also going to incentivize lurkers at basically the same level. I haven't quite figured out how to do that, but Cyborg, are you willing to try something for me? Can you type into chat command my chat count? It should tell you it was, and this is starting today. So it works. It works. And that's the point. That is the point. That's literally the point. And like I said, we may adjust that metric. So my goal is right now, 20 check-ins is a pretty strong metric. I stream less than 20 times a month. So unless stream crashes regularly, this is only for today. it has started today. I can't look back at previous messages. And I am gonna check, like, I'm gonna look basically in the archive, like the database, and just kind of like go through and see, hey, does this line up? Is this tracking correctly? It took me about 5 hours to set that up. It should be tracking correctly. And if you put command chat count, it should tell you the number of chats, period. It's also tracking what is it tracking? Yeah, it's tracking everything currently. So like emote messages, it's tracking that too. When you put my chat count, it counts that. So I'd like that metric to roughly, I don't want someone, so what I don't want is someone to be able to hit that metric every other stream. I want it to be enough so that, like, if you're a regular chatter, you're going to get 2-3 extra entries per month. That's like the sweet spot of what I'm considering. We talked about this on stream on Tuesday a little bit. Phoenix, I'm very open to suggestions. And if it's good, I'm probably going to ask you to put it in the stream dump channel. So just FYI, or whatever. I mean, you can always just put it there anyway. But I want to incentivize lurkers too. Folks who don't chat are just as important to me as folks who do, in a very different way. And I want to incentivize people who are lurking. I want to not force people who are lurking to chat, but I do want them to be able to earn and accrue entries the longer they lurk. I do not want to use the stream streak functionality on Twitch. I don't. I want it to be purely based through the bot. I don't want you to have to like watch clips. I don't want you to have to watch the VOD. That's it. So I'm not sure what that exactly means yet. I have some ideas. I'm doing a little bit of testing within the bot to see. Basically, what I'd like to do is some sort of like channel point command that doesn't ping chat when it's redeemed, but on the back end, it checks a metric like watch time for that day or something like that. Anyway, why do you care about the numbers? Tucson, because it's a thing to do. Like just like straight up, honestly. One of the things that I know is important on Twitch is giving folks things to do. So metrics to hit, people like numbers. I like numbers. You know, it's why things like follow age exist. Watch time exists. It promotes engagement, Jamie. Exactly. And I don't just want to promote people sending chat messages, which I do. I want to promote, no matter how you want to consume the stream, I want folks who are lurking to be able to get an extra entry or 2 entries per month for what they're doing also. I don't quite know how to do that yet. Like I said, I have a few ideas and I'm testing them, but I haven't landed just yet. But I'm almost there. I'm getting there. I'm a lurker. Let me just say this. Like, I don't like chatting. If someone had a metric on their stream that was like number of chats sent equals prizes, I would never hit that number. Never. Cyber, I'm thinking, my thought was something like, a silent command, or like if you're a lurker and you send, because the bot can look at my whispers too. I would like it to be able to, if you're a lurker, you can ping the bot through whispers and it shoots back like a metric of some capacity. Or it like checks against daily watch time or something like that. I don't know. I also don't know all of what's available within those metrics. So I'm working on it. I want you to know that if you're hearing me, Lurk Skywalker, I see you. If you're hearing me and you're like, hey, I don't chat all that much, I'm never going to hit this. I want you to know that there will be a way for you to achieve points as well that doesn't compel you to be in chat. Like, to type and talk. That just watching is also important. It's important to me. And it's also how I consume Twitch. So I'm thinking about what I would be willing to do on a channel that I don't want to chat in, but I do want to watch. Does that make sense? Okay, so that said, Alley Cat, I love that you're involved in Girl Scouts. I'm shocked I'm still on too. Look, I appreciate that. And yeah, and like I think about that because I know that there are folks who just want to learn. And that's great. Like that's how I watch Twitch. If you were like, you know, you have to send 20 chat messages every stream and you'll get a prize, like I would just never get the prize, and that's fine. Like I wouldn't be mad at that person, but I personally wouldn't feel left out, but I know that some people would. And I'd rather, you know, some people don't use the check-in command.
Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. I have no freaking idea what I'm doing.
We have a moderator who just doesn't check in. Does that bother me? No. Does it bother them? No. Some people like checking. Let's do this cookie club drawing. What do you win? I told you how to enter. If you're a tier 2 subscriber, you also get your entries doubled. And if you're a tier 3 subscriber, you get cookies every month. I just send them to you. You don't have to ask. You don't have to submit entries. If you're a tier 3 subscriber, you get cookies every month. Full stop. Unless you tell me to stop sending them to you. Or stop being a tier 3 subscriber. Whatever. That part should be obvious. Anyway, we're going to do this drawing. And then we're going to get out of here. Okay? Like I said, you do not have to be present to win. However, there is an entry at the end that is for folks who are present in chat. You know, I did just say I don't want to force people to chat, but like, listen, once a month, sending an I'm here message at the very end of stream, if you really do want the cookies, I do think that that's something I would be willing to do. So, I'm just saying. Just saying. I think about myself quite a bit too. Like I think about folks like yourself, and I think you and I consume Twitch in a very similar way. And that it feels very similar to me anyway. There needs to be more than 3 levels. For subscribers, hell yeah. You can sponsor Cookie Club. That's like a level up. See what I did there? Okay. We're gonna do this drawing. Alright, here we go. This is hold on. A name fell out of the bowl. That was it. Okay. Name number 1. Rusty Rhymes. Rusty Rhymes, fellow food and drink streamer. Rusty earned this entry for gifting a sub this month. Rusty is a founding subscriber to this channel. Rusty was in the very or in chat in the very first stream that I ever did, and I will be thankful for that. I've met him in real life multiple times. He's a great dude. I appreciate his vibe and his energy. So, Jamie, no one has sponsored October. No. For using their channel points. And this was a doubled entry. Jamie, you might want to hold on to that thought for just a second. Because just Jamie is our next winner. And that one was an entry that was for being a tier 2 subscriber. I marked down the ones that I've like the doubled. One of the 2 entries for using channel points, I write T2 next to, so that I know that that was like, I don't know, that was the second one. For rating the stream, Gingerbread Beauty. Gingerbread Beauty. Another person who I've met multiple times in real life, really lovely human. Face on the fridge. Face on the fridge, variety, streamer. Really, when I talk about people who really involve community in their stream, Ginger is exceedingly good at anything like community involvement related. Okay, Rusty cannot win twice for being a subscriber. See, you can have multiple entries in here. Many people have quite a few entries in here. For being a subscriber who doesn't even need to chat to get this winner, Luke Skywalker. Well, this is the fifth entry. doubled up again. Luke Skywalker also for bits that time, but for being a subscriber was the first one I pulled. So that's the only count. I also keep track of what the winning entry was for. Okay, now this one, did I mix? I did. I'm gonna put this one to the side. This is Gwen. For being a recurring subscriber. Thank you, Gwen. You can have cookies. I'm gonna make some extras and they'll be in the house if you listen. Tucson, can you have multiple wins? You cannot have multiple wins in the same month, but you can win multiple months. You can win multiple months in a row, too. There's no consideration for like if you won last month, you can't win again. I didn't like that idea. I wanted to make it less punitive than that. For rating the stream, Misha 1909. Misha 1909. Thank you for the raid, Misha. We appreciate it. That was a free entry. Yeah, Jamie frequently is gets cookies. The having multiple entries, having your entries doubled is really powerful. That's why it's like 2. And at tier 3, you just get cookies every month. But a tier 3 subscriber is a lot. Like if you're, that's a lot of money. That's a regular, it's like, that's unexpected. So I personally only have 2 tier 3 subscriptions. Yeah, only 2. Per number of check-ins for 140 check-ins. Megan 8. That was our 6th. Megan was here earlier today. Oh, hold on. Jamie can't win twice. Sorry, Jamie. I mean, not sorry. Like your name it got pulled down again. That's how it goes. For being a subscriber, Lumpling Laura. Laura is one of those Twitch folks that's been around since before I was streaming and hanging out in a variety of different channels. Goddamn, Jamie. Jamie's like, I'm gonna sponsor October, and then she's like, yeah, I don't need to do that. I don't need to do that to get cookies. By the way, if you sponsor Cookie Club, you get cookies that month. Like, I think that should go without saying, but I'm gonna say it anyway. Another multiple. See, our tier 2 subscribers are cleaning up. Jamie, that wasn't you. Bakery, not baker, bakery worker, for leveling up in Discord. Shayna, you are in here, I think. 2 more, and then we need to pull until we get someone who is in chat. And if you are a subscriber in the sub-only channel in Discord, which you should have access to if you're a subscriber, and if you don't, you can let me know. There is a poll going on for which cookies to make this month. For being a sub, Reese McCoy. Reese McCoy. Thank you for being a sub. Thank you for hanging out. We have... I voted. Good. Excellent. Both of those options looked really good to me, so I don't really actually... I voted for each one, because you can vote twice. You can vote twice, by the way. If you have a really strong opinion, you can put 2 votes on one. For check-ins, this is our 10th and final entry before we do our present to win. Uncommon Wolf for 40 check-ins. All right, y'all, if you know that you have a Cookie Club entry, now is the time to get your typing fingers ready and your name listening ears on. Okay, we're gonna draw out of this bowl until I pick someone who is in chat. Sometimes it hits right away, and sometimes we go through like 10. The most we've gone through is like 15 names out of here. So like, if you're like, I only have one entry, it's never going to be me. It might be you. Filegeist for being a subscriber. Filegeist, are you in chat currently? I don't think we've seen Filegeist today. I'm not trying to like call people out for not being here, but like, you know. Also, you might want to hit refresh on your browser. I don't know. If you're like, if there's a really long lag between when I call a name and when I say it, whatever. No, it's fine. It's fine. We're gonna pull another name. All right, you ready? No, we're not. Megan 8 already had their name pulled. We're gonna pull another name. Already had their name pulled. Oh wait, hold on. Checking something. No, this person is good. Based on their tier, this person is getting cookies no matter what. Tidy Whitey's hello. Fudge Darling, you're in an ad. Okay. If I... Oh, you must have refreshed. Probably why. Okay. Well, if I call your name, I'll know you're here. Okay. Agent Jacqueline. AJ, are you in chat? AJ is also a founding subscriber to the channel. AJ has a first badge and is still a subscriber. Super cool. We love that. Okay, AJ, I don't believe you're in chat. AJ's not usually in chat unless it's on the weekend. Okay. Okay, Gwenifer, you're getting cookies. Gwen's always like, if you pull my name, I want my cookies. I'm like, you get the cookies no matter what. And board games. For using channel points. And are you in chat? I know you were here a little earlier. Give you a moment to potentially respond. And if not, it's okay. We will move on. Okay. We got a few more seconds here before the next one comes into my hand. For clipping the stream, for creating a clip, Double S Loco. I do not believe that Double S Loco is here because Double S Loco was here and Double S Loco said, hey, I'm leaving. I'm out. I'll see you later. So, I'm pretty confident that unless they have failed in their departure from Twitch today, that they're not in chat. Okay. Cyborg K Chop. Cyborg K Chop. Cyborg, are you hanging out today still? I am here! We have it. On the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5th. The fifth name this time. Not too far down, but farther than other times, and not as far as some. Our Cookie Club recipients this month: Rusty Rhymes, Just Jamie, Gingerbread Beauty, Luke Skywalker, Misha 1909, Megan 8, Lumpling Laura, Bakery, Reese McCoy, Uncommon Wolf, and for being present in chat, Cyborg K Chop. If you're hanging out and you heard your name, I will be reaching out to you on Discord. Probably tonight. Honestly, probably tomorrow night. I'm kind of tired right now, and I don't really want to look at my computer anymore this evening. So, that is the move. All right, we today are. Let's see. I think I know where we're gonna go. Let's talk about the raid. No, that's not what I meant to say. What I meant to say was, let's talk about where we are going next. Oh. We're on late enough. Hold on. Shoot. You know who we haven't rated? Ever, I don't think. Hold on. Let me see if this, what is this? What is this person doing? Hold on. Oh no, we have rated them. Oh, they're, okay. Okay. Let's go to... I'm trying to rate someone new today. I am trying to. Okay, let's go. I want to stay in food and drink, and I want to raid someone who is cooking? Question mark. And I'd like to raid someone who I haven't raided before. So the options are limited. While I'm doing that, though, while I'm like finding that person, I'm just looking through. I'm looking through the food and drink category, and you know, I don't love rating people whose stream I haven't hung out in on a regular basis. So I think I am going to go to someone who just started today, but who we have rated before, but is cooking, and is cooking something fun and interesting to me. We are going to go raid Room and Board, friend of the stream, a really kind human, and they are apparently recreating Doritos Locos Tacos tonight. So like, honestly, cool. Chef is really great, and I appreciate them a ton. So we're gonna go see Chef today. Let's chat about where we are going, when we are gonna be live again. Wait, hold on. Not hold on. Sorry. There we go. Oh shit. So Fluff, you already put the raid message in chat. Sorry, I just did it again. My bad. Here's some Instagram. Oh, listen, please, y'all. Before you leave today, please click the link in chat that says subscribe on YouTube. Go like the video that I posted today. Thank you. Watch it, like it, share it, whatever. Comment on it would be amazing. We will be live again on Sunday of this week, sometime between noon and 1 p.m. Eastern. We're making cookies for Cookie Club. If you're a Cookie Club recipient this month and I called your name, I will be reaching out to you either tonight or tomorrow. Come join us on Sunday and avoid all of the football that's happening and just hang out here. And we're not going to talk about sports. So thanks for hanging out today. I appreciate y'all. Thank you for the company. I hope you all have a good Friday, and we'll see you in chat if I don't see you on Sunday. Bye.